TikTok as well. And I'm going live on TikTok. I'm going to do like a little session about chord melody today. So let me take one of my books out so I can go, do some stuff on chord melody. Um, this is an impromptu live. I've been doing a lot of these sessions recently where I just go live all of a sudden and do some little subjects about different different aspects of the guitar playing. So today I'm actually gonna go over how you do chord melody, guys. And thank you everybody I'm actually transmitting to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. For all my fans on TikTok, I need to go live more often on TikTok as well. So I'm in tune right now. I'm using my 6-string guitar, and there's a couple of people right now on YouTube. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually this. I'm going to take questions sometimes, but I'm going to try to actually. Can you give me some water? A bottle of water. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm going to do a chord melody on a song I don't know. I have this song right here called. I don't even know this song. It's called "A Fine Romance." You see that? And it's like a jazz standard. And I don't really know this song at all. So I'm going to do a chord melody on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the melody. So I'm a pretty good sight reader, and I practice it, as much as I can. And I'm actually going to play the melody one time through, and then I'm going to try to do chord melody on it. It's a ballad, so it sounds like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So that's the melody so far. That's the first 8 bars. Melody, basically. That's called "A Fine Romance." I don't really know this song. I probably heard it. I was just playing that melody. What I did was I actually transposed this up an octave, okay? So the way it's written for guitar is a little too low to play chord melody. So I'm just sight reading this, okay? So what I did was I just played the melody, and if I played the melody where it's written, it would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you see, I play the melody. If you can read, I play the melody up at the way it's written, but on the guitar it sounds low. So what I'll do is I'll just actually play this up an octave now, which I did earlier. So it's like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, etc. So that's basically the melody. But now, what I want to do is I want to do chord melodies. So the first chord is actually a C6. Okay, if you can see that on YouTube, it's kind of hard to see, and on TikTok, you see that there's a C6 chord. It's backwards for you guys, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try to play this up an octave and play chord melody with it. So to play chord melody, you have to know what the note is in relationship to the chords. So the first note is actually E, and it's a C6 chord. So I'm going to have to play this chord. And then it goes to C sharp diminished. So this is this chord. Then the B, I put a B on top of the D minor 6 chord. So it goes C6, then C sharp diminished 7, then D minor 6, sorry, and then D sharp diminished 7. So I'm sight reading this, and then it's E minor 7, then minor 7, and then D minor 7, then G7. So I'm just playing through this song like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a chord melody with it now. So it's like 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. A minor 7. 2, 3, 4. So that's the whole thing. That's the first 8 bars as a chord melody. So I was able to do that. Actually, just some basic chord melody stuff. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Actually, hey everybody, hey Marcelo from Brazil. Your parents hate you, Storm. Okay, good job. Nice guitar. What model is it? So just so you guys know, this is an Eastman guitar. If you can see this, Eastman, and I have like a Peterson tuner on this thing to keep myself in tune. It's a great strobe tuner. I'm an Eastman endorser, so I like to use to be on tune with this. I play this guitar, so this is my 6-string Eastman. It's actually an what they call a T49G V guitar. Okay, it's like an ES175. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a thing about chord melody. So this is a song I really don't know. So what I'm doing is I'm sight reading, but I'm playing when I get to that C sharp diminished. I can do that chord. So I can go like this actually. Instead of playing that C sharp diminished with that weird chord like this, I can do it here. That's easier to do than here. So the melody goes. If I did here, then it goes to the C sharp diminished. That's easier to play. I can do it here. Then it goes up. E, I gotta play E on top. Then A minor 7. I can play it that way. Then I could go. Then the next part goes like this. So if I'm gonna play that, I'm gonna play that up an octave higher like this. So the melody's written like this. If you look closely on the second ending, there are all these notes: C, B, C, etc. So to be able to play that chord melody, I have to play it up an octave, not the way it's written. So a lot of people, I know a lot of guitar players don't know how to read. So if you want to be a professional musician these days, it's very important to know how to read notation and not only tabs. I use tabs as a guide, but tabs are only a guide. You should know the notes on the guitar if you're going to play, okay? It's very important. So what I'm doing is I'm doing this from sight. And, this is not a hard melody. This is all quarter notes and stuff like that and quarter note triplets. When I'm actually playing, I'm obviously sight reading, so I'm playing this up an octave. So that melody goes like this. So if I'm going to do chord melody with that, I'm going to go. And then I'm going to go. So I can do it that way. I can do all kinds of cool things with the melody. I can go. I can do it like the way to the G7. So that's the melody. The next part goes like this. So the chords for that part is C6, then A7, and then G flat, F7, G flat 7, F7, then E7, A7, D minor 7, G7. So I'm going to go like this with that melody. That's what's written actually. So this is a fine romance. I'm actually doing the melody for this. Okay, if you look closely on YouTube, I'm playing all that as chord melody now, a song I don't know. You should be able to do this on your own. Hey, someone says hi, Ron. Hi, how's it going? So I'm actually doing a chord melody on teaching you how to do chord melody. So what I'm doing, when I do chord melody, I know what the note is against the chord. So if the C note is like the root, so that's against the C6, so that's just the C on top. Then on the C diminished, that's like that's actually like the 6th degree going up the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notes away from the bottom. Okay. And then on the D minor, 6, that's the 6th, the B, etc. So I mean, you have to really know your chord scale relationships when you're actually playing chord melody. Now let me answer a couple of questions here while I'm doing this. I see a bunch of messages now on TikTok. I thank you guys for if there's any cool questions you want to ask me. Nice piece of strings on your lap. Thank you. Is there a reason why there are multiple fingerings for the same note, or is it just that's the way it is? So everybody, so if I'm playing a chord melody song and I'm going like this. Okay, now you know how many ways I can play the. What's it? See how many ways I just played that? That's the thing that's a pain in the butt with the guitar. So I really know the neck pretty well. I mean, just because I'm not no genius, I just practice. I still practice. I need to practice more actually. Um, like everybody, you need to practice and really learn the neck and be able to find all the notes. They all repeat a million times on the guitar because the strings kind of are the same. You have to know how the strings are tuned. Here's an E, and there's another E, there's another E, there's another E, all the same note. Okay, G. You have to be able to find the notes. Can't reach this one here, and etc. See, all the notes are hit. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to, you have to really know the notes on the guitar neck. Those are really easy notes I actually hit. So they actually repeat. So I mean, we talk about Cage. Someone meant Cage, Victor Ribeiro. Yeah, that's kind of the same concept. So if I'm playing a C chord, people do the Cage system where you can go. Now the thing is, that looks easy, but it's not because. I mean, this is a really basic concept, but you have to be able to do this not only in the key of C, you have to do it in all keys. So right now I'm only in the key of C. So Victor was asking about the K system. That's how it works. So the basic the K system is actually like open string chords, moved up the neck like a C chord and move it up to an F chord, for example. And you're kind of playing the K system like that. But K system is limited because you're gonna have to be able to play all the chords in the same key, all the notes and chords all over the fingerboard. So it's a lot of work to know the neck like that. Okay. That's what I actually do. So let's get back to chord melody. And guys, I appreciate you watching. And if you're enjoying this practice session, I'm gonna make a little chat here. You could actually I'm gonna put something right here. Venmo. If you could get, give a donation if you want to me at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, which is right here. If I can put this up correctly, I'm going to set this on a comment. Okay. So you can actually do that if you want. Everybody. I don't know how you make a comment on TikTok when I'm actually doing something, but anyway. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Oh, I can't share this right now. But anyway, on TikTok, if you want to give a donation or more, you can do this on my. You can give me a donation at PayPal, or gift me on actually on TikTok. so you can go to Venmo or Cash App, PayPal, all that stuff, and also on YouTube if you like. Okay, thank you. So let me see. That's all Ron Jackson music, so on YouTube too. Okay, all those. So if for helping me out during the pandemic and stuff. So anyway, so let's continue. So I'm working on this song right now due to chord melody called "A Fine Romance." So there's so many ways to play the chords like this, okay, and the melody. So I'm going to harmonize this melody now as a chord melody. I've never done this before in the song, so I'm kind of doing it by sight. So it goes like this: 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's me basically harmonizing the chord melody right now. And if you have any questions about how you do that, that's great. So right now I'm going to play the second ending, which is this. I'm going to sight read this. Okay. You can look up this song. I don't even know this song. But, thank you, Live Action, for Brandon, for liking my short mini lessons, okay? Those are actually from my TikTok. And thank you, TikTok, for following me. I just got to 25,000 on TikTok, so I'm celebrating. Also on YouTube, I have about almost over 11,000 followers, and I got another 1,000 this week. I went over 10,000 actually at the beginning of the week. So thank you, everybody. So this is the last 8 bars. So I'm sight reading this. This is kind of tricky. Nothing's easy to me. So I can play the last 8 bars of this. Goes like this. The melody goes like this. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So the chords go. That's the melody. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to add. Here's what the chords are to those last 8 bars. Just like this: C6, C7. Then goes F major 7. Then A7 with the E in the bass. D minor 7. D sharp diminished 7. E minor 7. D flat 7. D6. D minor 6. G7. Then C6. We could play it like this. So the chords and the melody together like this will sound like this, guys. Watch this. So here's what's gonna happen. So that's the whole song, chord melody, A Fine Romance. Let me play the whole song as a chord melody. So this is a song I've never played chord melody or hardly ever played the song. I might have read through this one time. I'm going to play this through as a chord melody piece now. Okay, and I'll answer some of your questions after. Okay, I'll go through and answer them for you. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go and play A Fine Romance. You can look that song up, chord melody that I just learned right now for you guys to play. Ready? Here we go. 2, 3, 4. Almost perfect. I'll play a little different now. I'm playing it a little different now. Second ending. So that's the first time I ever played this song as a chord melody, and I'm doing it from sight. You know, it's not perfect, I don't think, the way I could play it better. I could play maybe this better. So like the second ending, I'm kind of sight reading still. I can go. I'm trying to use the chords that are written. Okay, so I was just doing chord melody, and I'm just actually just trying to show you how you guys can learn chord melody. Let me take a few questions now. Oh, love the online lessons, Ron. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jeff Brooks. And let me see. Let me say hi to some of my friends on TikTok. Do you have any tips on how to learn scales faster? Learn scales faster. Well, you have to kind of like use your scales, as best you can on chords and learn the chord scales. That's what I would suggest. So, like I'm saying, let's say I'm playing a A flat 7 chord. You should know the scale for an A flat 7. It's an A flat dominant scale or mixolydian. So you just go. So it's actually a major scale. You should know your major scales first. All over the neck, every possible thing. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of doing like kind of too fast, but so what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I know it a little bit. And what happens too is you got to know basic theory, everybody. So when I'm actually playing, I'm actually doing basic. I know all my key signatures. You have to know, you have to know the staff. You have to know the keys you're in. So if I'm in the key of A flat, I know there's 4 flats. Now this takes a long time to learn because I learned this from memory. So I mean I know all my flats and sharps. So if I'm in the key of B, I know that's the most sharps, and you have to know the order of the sharps and flats. Okay. So like the order of sharps and flats in the is like I remember it's a formula: F, C sharp, G sharp, A, etc. When I have this formula, so Fred chases girls down at Eddie's bar. So those are all the sharps, and all the flats are beatka, for example. Those are shortcuts. But I know automatically when I'm reading the music how many sharps the key of B gets. That's the most sharps. I'm sorry. The key of B has 5 sharps. I'm sorry about that. The key of C sharp has the most sharps. I'm sorry. C sharp has the most sharps. Actually, I'm sorry about that. And then the key of C flat has the most flats, etc. So you have to memorize all that and be able to change all the keys. It's really it's all theoretical. But I mean, when you're playing guitar or any instrument, you don't really have time to say what the sharps and flats are. You just got to be able to play actually. So I'm not thinking about that when I'm actually playing. But if I'm reading, I have to think about it because I have to find the right notes if you're sight reading, okay? So it's very important to get that together. Let me answer some questions here. So that's how you get better at scales and learn scales faster, actually. If there's any other questions, please send them to me. I'm going live on TikTok too as well because I don't go live enough for you guys. Okay, someone's asking me, Ron, how does someone approach jazz chords when starting to learn jazz guitar? Well, you have to know all your basics, everybody, when you're playing chords. So I was just doing chord melody, but to do chord melody, you have to know all your chord shapes, okay? So there are 4 basic chord shapes, everybody. There's the major, the minor, So I'm going to do it here because it's a little easier. There's the major shape, C, E, G, then the minor, diminished, and augmented. Okay, so that's C, E, G, C, E flat, G, C, E flat, G flat, and C, E, G sharp. So those chord shapes make up the foundation of all these altered chords and flat nine chords and all that. You have to really know your basic triads, though, because they're stacked up on top of each other, actually, these triads in different chords. So you have to kind of be able to figure these out all over the neck. And you have to see it on the neck easily. So I know I can see easily, like, I know I can change that note there. Or if I'm doing it here. You have to be able to change major to minor really easily. See how I'm changing the major to minor? It depends on the neck and what key you're in. So I'm changing C major to C minor all over the neck like this. You have to know all your inversions as well. On major, for example, just all your inversions like this on same string. See how I'm doing that? I have exercises like this actually on my website, okay, everybody? If you go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I have lessons on my website that I sell for $1.99 on all the inversions and scales and everything. They're all written out in the right order. And, they're really cool. Oh, yeah, someone's asking for a request. Can you play I Remember Clifford? I don't know that by heart, but I can play a little bit as chord melody because this is a chord melody class. H-I-J-K. So let me see if I have it in here. I think it's in this book. I hope so. I Remember Clifford. Maybe not. Someone's asking for a request, and I don't know if it's in this book like this. I Remember April. It might not be in this book, unfortunately. Oh, yes, I do. So I'm going to play this for somebody a little bit. So, we're going to pull out my 7-string now, just for fun. It will take me a second to set up. So I'm going to pull out my 7-string guitar. So this is an impromptu session about chord melody. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm going to take out my 7-string guitar right now, which is this one. Let me unplug this for a second. Actually, let me plug this in. Take my 7-string out so I can play for you. So you know what? I'm also transmitting on YouTube because, I have a lot of followers on YouTube, but I need more views, and I need to I need to get longer videos. So I'm doing lives now, and that's helping my viewership. And people love my live online like practice sessions like this, and checking out what I do. And I appreciate you guys for following me and being into what I'm doing. And please do me a favor if you like what I'm doing. I have a new album out that came out about a year ago, and I have a new one coming out soon. Please pick one up. It's Ron Jackson Music Standards and Other Songs. It's a great record, and I'll be coming out with a record. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and check out my music. And please follow me if you're not following me right now on YouTube, etc. Yeah, Thank you, Lemmy Brazzi, for so much for your assurance. You're welcome. So I'm gonna do this little request from I can't see his name. I Remember Clifford, and if you guys enjoy what I'm doing, please send me a donation at Ron Jackson Music on PayPal everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, everybody. That's okay. The same as my page on YouTube. So let me play a little bit of I Remember Clifford. So let me make sure I'm in tune. So remember, it's important to be tuned. So let me do that real quick. Now, if you have any questions about the 7-string, let me know too. So I'm going to do a little bit of this song right now. Yeah, so that was actually, I remember Clifford. That's a great song. I'm going to turn the highs down on this a little bit. There's too many highs on this. I was checking that out. So that was a request, and thank you for asking that. Uh, I don't know who that. I couldn't read what they were saying, but thank you everybody for watching. What's the way? Now, someone's asking me, what's the fastest way? Are you looking at staff notes or tabs? So everybody, this is a question from Machine Daddy. Machine Daddy? No, I'm not. I'm reading notes. I don't. You know what? I know how to use tabs, but I'm a notation guy, and you should know how to read notation. Everybody, actually, on the guitar. But most people, they don't take the time to learn how to read on the guitar because it's really hard to read on the guitar. So no, I'm not using tabs at all. I know, I write for a magazine, actually, acoustic guitar. Let me show you something. So I write for this magazine, acoustic guitar magazine. You see this? I have a new article out, guys. You can check it out if you want. You're welcome, Machine Daddy. And look, so when I read an article for acoustic guitar magazine, since most guitar players can't read notes, I have to write tabs for you guys too. And I know, it's actually helpful for certain things. Like, so here's my new article right now. It's called Chord Calisthenics. It's about the harmonic and melodic minor. It's the latest issue of acoustic guitar. If you want to pick it up, it's a great, it's a great magazine. I've been working for them for like about 7-8 years now. This is, you see how the music is written out? The music is written out with tabs and notes. Now, I think the tabs are really important to be able to tell you how to play this. But I know how to read this. I can read it different ways since I can read on the guitar. So that's what I actually do. Okay, so what I do, if I'm reading, like I remember Clifford, I played this before. This is the song I just played for you guys. and I did chord melody. But I'm basically sight reading this. I mean, not sight reading, but I've read this before, but I don't know this song by heart. So I have to kind of look at it. If I have a request and if I happen to have the music, I can read it and play from you and kind of do chord melody. It's kind of hard to do it perfect on the spot, but I try the best I can. So that's how you get your stuff together. I'm a professional musician, so sometimes people ask me to do this on gigs, and I have to be able to do it. So, I mean, you should be able to do chord melody like that in general because it's really good to be able to do this stuff. But you should learn how to read. But it takes a lot of time to do this. I used to practice 8 hours, 8 hours a day, and it's not easy. So let me ask you some question here. Tabs aren't good for Yeah, so someone's saying tabs aren't good for sight reading, but I feel like they are. They give you more info on technique. So tabs are good to tell you how to play the phrase, but the problem with tabs is you have to know the song to be able to play tabs. If I put some music in front of you with tabs and you don't know what the song sounds like, it's just a bunch of notes that are written out. So that's the problem with tabs. With reading music, you don't even have to know what the song is. You could just read it. And, if you're a good reader, you can play the song without the tabs. The tabs don't tell you what the rhythms are. I mean, it'll be written below, like sometimes it'll be written below the music, but if you have just pure tabs, there's no rhythms. And, if you don't know how to count rhythms, how are you going to play the song in time? So that's the problem with tabs. Tabs are cool, though, because, I mean, if I want to show somebody how to play something, I can write it out the way I want him to play it on the tabs, but they have to be able to hear it. So that's the problem with tabs. It's a great question, but guitar players are the worst readers. I have this joke on TikTok and on Instagram that's called put some music in front of. How you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some music in front of them. That's how from playing, excuse me. So, that's the problem. Is you gotta have your stuff together when you're reading on the guitar. And, it's hard. I mean, I'm a good reader, and I still think it's hard. I have to practice this stuff all the time. So let me see. There's a lot of questions here. So let me see. Came from TikTok. Hey, okay, Carmen. What's the fastest way to learn arpeggios for jazz soloing? So you know what? Okay, someone's asking me about jazz soloing arpeggios. So let me do something here. So you should be able to arpeggiate any kind of progression, any kind of chord. So when I was doing this song, I remember Clifford, has all kinds of arpeggio things like this: E flat major 7, G7. So if I'm playing through this, you should be able to arpeggiate major triads. So I'm doing a 7 string. So I'm just doing basic E flat major triad. Now this chord is actually E flat major 7, so you have to be able to do that. Those are basic things you have to know about soloing. So I'm doing a major 7, and I mean now if I'm going through a song, I should be able to arpeggiate every chord. So the first chord is E flat major 7, G7, A flat major 7, A diminished, B dominant, dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished. Now C minor 7, then go C minor 7 with the B flat and the bass, which is the third inversion. And then it goes to A minor 7 flat 5. Now I'm doing it in 1 octave. But you should be able to play it everywhere like this. You know how long it took me to learn just to do that? It took me years, actually. So it's not easy to be able just to do the arpeggio. I'm just doing like the basic arpeggio, 7th arpeggio, 7th chords. I'm playing through this song right now in front of you guys. Just arpeggio, okay? And the 7th arpeggio is exactly the way the chord is written. Okay, well, I remember Clifford. So if you find that in like a real book or one of these stolen real books you have on the computer, you can do that. And that's a real basic skill you have to learn. Hey, random user. Random user says, I'm pure class. Thank you. I need to go to class, actually. I'm pure class. I need to go to class. But if you're enjoying this, please definitely, please send me a donation of $1 or more if you can afford it at Ron Jackson Music and PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App if you can. Ron Jackson Music, I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. if you're learning some new stuff and I'm helping you out, I appreciate the donation. Also, just so you know, go to my website, and I sell a lot of lessons like this at ronjacksonmusic.com. Of course, follow me here, Ron Jackson Music on YouTube. It's everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I can't think of anything else. So let me see. Let me look at some of the other questions here. How do you understand and memorize the modes? Practice, guys. I mean, you have to be able to use the modes. If I'm playing through a song, like I'm playing through this song right now, I know that this is E flat major. E flat major 7 takes an Ionian mode, or the major scale. Then when it goes to G7, diminish, diminish. So I'm playing through those chords I played earlier, just a few minutes ago, playing the scales through them. Now you have to be able to play through the scales. So what I'm doing is I'm playing through these chords right now as scales too as well. So I mean, you know what? Some of these scales I wouldn't use really when I'm soloing. So, but you have to be able to know the scale, the basic scale. I use a lot of different scales on chords in general because I'm a jazz musician. So we reharmonize a lot. So we're actually putting extra scales in there that are more interesting than what are written. Like if I play over like a G7, so that's actually a G7 in this key. This is a G7 flat, a sharp 5. So I'll play like I'll play what you call an altered scale. Leading, then diminish. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically playing. I'm just running up the scales. I'm not playing anything fancy. It sounds like I'm playing some fast stuff. I am, but I'm just running through them so I can get through the scale. But when I'm soloing, I'll use different patterns and stuff. I'll use lines, what we call in jazz. So if I'm taking a solo, I'm using lines now in my solo. So I'm just basically playing lines through the chords now. As a solo, as a jazz musician, we don't really play scales. You learn scales in the beginning to be able to get through the changes of arpeggios, but you actually learn how to play lines. Now, lines are the language of jazz, actually. So, that's what you do in jazz. You learn lines. So let me see. How do you learn advanced jazz? Do you need theory, or do you need to become a successful musician? Hey, Monty. That's from Divine on Crack. The best way to learn jazz is learn tunes, everybody. So you have to learn tunes, and you have to, learn solos from the greats. If you're a guitar player, learn from Wes Montgomery, Charlie Christian, all the modern cats too, John Scofield, whoever. Just learn their solos, okay? Learn their solos and learn the theory and the harmony and the chords. But the language is actually in the music itself, so you have to learn tunes, okay? So that's why I've been doing this for a long time. So that's what it really takes, and you got to play with people, and you got to jam with people to get to. It's all trial and error too when you're taking solos. So it's very important to get all this stuff together. It takes a long time to get this together, So let me see. Do you need any simple jazz songs? Yeah. So you know what, guys? Some of these questions are already are videos that are posted. Someone's asking me, Divine on Crack, is you need simple jazz songs that sound great? Yeah. Yeah. So you just learn the basic jazz songs first. I have some videos already on YouTube and on TikTok about what songs to learn, basic ones. I mean, I do like 5 at a time, but everybody's saying, but I'll do these other songs. Sure. I only have 1 minute to put a short. So, but there's like tons of songs that are standards. You should learn the basic, simple ones first. Then eventually you add your repertoire. Let me see some of these questions here. I never say never. You'd be surprised what you're capable of. Okay. Arpeggios. This makes my brain seriously hurt. Yes, everybody, my brain hurts right now. Lots of luck. I ain't good enough for all this. Everybody, you can be good enough if you practice. Remember, all this stuff, and you know what's very important. I teach too. I forgot to tell you guys, since I'm doing a live and I have to advertise myself. I have a Patreon account where you can get these lessons like this for $3 and up at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay. And you need to study with somebody. I forgot to tell you. So if you want to study with me, you can contact me. You can find me everywhere. Go to my link tree that I have on YouTube. If you go to my Patreon, I have a lot of these lessons up there too. And you need to study with somebody because it's hard to learn without somebody telling you something. But a lot of people go on YouTube and TikTok for free lessons. But free lessons only take you so far because I have a lot of students who go on YouTube and TikTok on my pages, and they end up studying with me because they can't do it by themselves because they don't know what they're doing. It's hard to judge yourself. I take lessons. I'm taking lessons right now, just so you know. I'm taking lessons with a drummer because I have to work on my rhythm. So I take lessons with this drummer who's actually a great drummer. He has a great TikTok page. He got 1 million views on one of his videos actually recently, over 1 million. And it's called the Drummer's Almanac. He's Jay Finishow. He's a great drummer, and he has a lot of subscribers on YouTube. But I take lessons on rhythm with him. So this all kind of you need to study. I've studied with a lot of great guitar players: Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar, Bucky Pizzarelli. That's why I play 7-string guitar. I've hung out with George Benson. He showed me a lot of stuff about his playing. You got to study with people. You can't just do this by yourself. It doesn't help. So let me see. Thank you, Sam. I'm glad I'm inspired by you. So everybody, I'm going to be ending soon because I've been up for about an hour, I think now. 47 minutes. So please follow me. I went over a chord melody with you, and it's good to explain these things to you. I appreciate you guys watching me. And again, please share these videos to everybody. Please share my page. Please follow me everywhere. There's a playback. I don't know if I can put a playback on TikTok for my lives. They don't let you do that, but you can watch the same thing, everybody, on TikTok, on YouTube at Ron Jackson Music. When we went over today, you can watch that back. And I'm trying to put more views on YouTube because I need more hours for my YouTube channel. And they don't let you do it with short form videos on YouTube. Just so you guys know that if you're trying to develop your YouTube channel, you need to do a lot of things. Hold on. Let me ask a couple more questions because I got to eat dinner soon, and it's late in New York here. So what was going to say? Okay. Hey, Beatrice. I'm with Beatrice Bakari and Eugenia Silva. They're sending you saludos. Who's this? Oh, that's amazing. I haven't seen those guys in years. You know what, guys? Let's keep in touch. Send me a message or something. There's some people I haven't seen in years. They're watching me right now live on YouTube. Hold on. Let me see. There's some more messages here. I'm trying to get everybody, trying to spread the love here. So everybody, I'm going to be leaving in a second. I might play you one more song. And then, again, if you enjoy what I'm doing, please donate $1 or more here to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, just for you guys. It's all right here. Okay. If you'd like to donate $1 or more, you learned a lot today. Okay. And I appreciate you guys, to support me during these rough times, if I answered your questions. Someone just said, I don't like tabs or sheet music. I'm like learning so just so you guys know, I read music and I do tabs, but I also, of course, I know how to learn things by ear. So I'm good at writing things down and playing them back, all kinds of stuff. You have to have all those skills if you want to play guitar or any instrument. You should have to be able to have good ears. You have to be able to read and look at music. So I know how to do all that stuff. And that's how I started playing guitar. I started doing things by ear as a kid, and learning songs. So you have to actually do that to be a good musician. You have to have all those skills to be a professional musician. So sometimes I used to be in this band in New York, and we used to do this Sunday brunch, like a gospel brunch. And I'd go up, we do all these fancy arrangements, and the guy would just, there was no music. He would just count the song off, 1, 2, and there was no music. I had to learn this. I had to just like find the notes and play through the whole gig, like 4-hour long gig, and they paid no money, not hardly any money. And I was at the Cotton Club in New York. It was a gospel brunch, and I had to learn all these tunes with no sheet music, complicated tunes, like it was just weird. But so I'm used to doing that. So you have to be able to have all those skills when you're actually playing. So anyway, guys, let me play you one more song before I get off. And thank you very much. I'm going to do another live session soon. Let me see if I can. What am I going to play here? I'm going to try to think of a song. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Some more comments here before I get out. And oh wow, there's so many questions I can't answer them. But I see you use hybrid picking. Yeah, I use hybrid picking. Everybody, we'll do it I'll do a live practice session about hybrid picking and all kinds of picking styles next time. But this was mostly about chord melody today, and I'm using 7-string guitar, but I use all styles of picking: finger picking, hybrid picking, economy picking, alternate picking. I do all the picking, finger picking, and finger licking good at Kentucky Fried Chicken. So, thank you everybody for watching. So keep in touch. Again, I'll put my website on the comments. There's sheet music there and all kinds of stuff. Um, it's ronjacksonmusic.com. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everybody. Okay. And just so you know, and if you enjoyed this, you could I'll put this up right now too. And I'm putting these notes here. It's Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, just direct message me. You can find me on YouTube. On my link tree is Ron Jackson Music. And if you want to take lessons or you have any questions or anything, buy my CDs or whatever, it's all there. You can find it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Please keep in touch. Join my mailing list on my website, whatever. And thank you guys for watching. And you can watch the playback after this. I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay. I'm going to end the videos right now on TikTok. I'm ending the video now, and I'm ending now on YouTube. Thanks. talk about practicing things that you don't know. Like one of the things I've been practicing recently is actually the harmonic minor scale. And I'm going to be doing a lesson about this very soon. And, about going, using the harmonic minor scale in jazz particularly. So, I mean, I've been working a lot with the harmonic minor, trying to use it more in my jazz playing. It's funny, I was doing one of these workshops on Patreon, and actually what happened was on Patreon, I actually had to, one of my students there wanted, to know about, was asking these questions about the harmonic minor. So do you use a lot of harmonic minor harmony? I was like, oh, really? Harmonic minor, harmony in my playing? I was thinking, I do, but I don't use it as much as I'd like to. So what's happening is, so I started working on that kind of stuff. And if you have any comments or questions, please send them to me right now. I'm going to be taking them during the live stream, as I usually do, okay? And let me see if I can see any comments here. You can ask about my new guitar here, which is my new D'Angelico XL1, where I just actually got this from D'Angelico. I'm a D'Angelico ambassador now. And basically that means I promote the guitars. And hey, hello, Jose. How are you? So you know what? Let's get back. Let's get into this now. So I like to use the harmonic minor scale. So look at this. So I'm going to keep A harmonic minor. So you know what? I'm using the A harmonic minor scale, but it's just a scale. But if you want to use it in jazz, you have to really know how to use this scale. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Great to see everybody here. I'm going to be doing this live workshop right now because I'm practicing. So when I practice, basically, I only practice things I cannot do. Like if I forget a melody or I'm working on a scale or all kinds of stuff, I only practice things I don't know. So one thing I don't know is the most advanced scale in jazz, but I use a lot of scales. I know the melodic minor modes really well. Pretty good. And of course the major ones, but the harmonic minor modes, I'm going to be doing a video, like a real, lesson about it. But in general, I need to work on the harmonic minor. Hey, Reynold Alexander. So if you guys have any questions, please send them to me. I see a bunch of people showing up right now. And it's funny. What I wanted to say was I write for Acoustic Guitar magazine. And this magazine right here. And I actually did a whole lesson about a harmonic and melodic minor in the March-April issue of this magazine. And it was just mainly chords. I did some exercises and mixed up the harmonic and melodic minors, but only the harmony. So, the harmony is tricky on the harmonic minor. So if you start doing thirds, so I'm working on this as a practice thing. So I practice things I don't know. So if you have any questions about that, please send them to me. So I didn't know that, like the harmonic minor harmony as well as I like to. So you have to know the triads. So the harmonic minor scale is basically 1, 2, 3, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, natural 7. So it's actually A, B, C, D, E, F, G sharp. So I can play this all over the neck and in different keys. So I practice that scale like that, but the thing is, the tricky part is actually, hey, Dario, oh yeah, Dario, I always see you up here. How you doing? Not much. I'm trying to cook the guitar neck. So, so what I'm trying to do actually is just try to learn make sure I know the chords of the harmonic minor. So if you play just the triads, I just practice these things. So, I try to play them through like this without naming them. And play them down the scale. See that? So that's the harmonic minor in triads. Okay, now, if I'm playing this, we're only in the key in A. Yeah, very good, Grant. Very good. So, yeah, you would go 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6. Flat 6, 7. Okay? The thing is to know the harmony about this on these chords. So what I've been doing is I've been practicing these things I don't know as well as I should. I can play these over. I use this on my jazz playing a lot, but to get really deep into this, I have to really practice this stuff. So now, thank you, Palmer. What it is like now I try to name the triads. So it's A minor. Now it's B diminished, and then now it's C augmented, D minor. Okay, then I have E triad, F triad, and then F diminished triad. So, that's great. So, I know how to play this. Now, you have to be able to play this when you're actually taking a solo or doing chord melody. And play all over the neck, just like I'm doing. Now, when you're practicing the guitar, you should be able to play up and down the neck and across the neck. Things you cannot do, you should always practice. Don't practice the same stuff you do know. You have to practice things you don't know. So that's why I'm playing real slow, because I need to practice this. So I'm going up the strings now. Watch this. Watch this. I'm trying that this way. And then I'm going to try from here, maybe backwards. So let's go backwards. Yeah. What's this? Here's some cool comments here. Watching you made me want to buy a guitar. Oh, I'm so glad about that, everybody. That's great. Your gear has a lovely sound. Thank you very much. I'm playing soft too. Playing that descending diminished SpongeBob progression. Oh, that's what that is? Oh, cool. So I guess it's harmonic minor SpongeBob. Yeah, so I'm practicing these things like this. I'm only in the key of A minor, but I try to practice these things in keys I don't know. See what I'm doing right now? So you have to know if you're going to practice a scale really well, you're going to have to know how to harmonize the scale in thirds. Also, things you cannot do. So when I'm practicing this scale, I'll do things like this. I'll do triads now. So I went up the scale like this. Now what I'm gonna do now. Hope your night has been nice. Yeah, thank you, Tool. So what's happening is now, let me go to a key of D minor instead, so I'll do a different key. So I practice everything in different keys. I played all kinds of keys. I'm playing the D harmonic minor now in the key of D. So what I'll do now, instead of playing up and down the scale, like a lot of guitar players just play up and down the scale, if you're a beginner especially, the most important thing to do is for example, thirds now. I'm doing the harmonic minor because that's practicing something I don't know as well. I know how to play the harmonic minor scale, but the thing I don't know how to do, and this lesson's all about doing things you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do when you practice, is playing the scale in a deeper level. So I'm going to go up like the harmonic minor scale now in thirds. Now you're supposed to practice slow. Oh yeah, someone's asking a question here. How do you do that transition? Does it have a formula? No. What I'm doing is I memorize the neck pretty good, so I know what the intervals and the shapes are on my fingers. You have to memorize one of the most important things, everybody, when you want to play guitar in general, or any, particularly the guitar, is seeing the pattern on the fingerboard, and then knowing what you're actually playing. So I'm actually, I know all the notation, the names. I don't need tabs to find this. But when I need to show somebody my finger, I use tabs as a guide to find the notes. But the problem with tabs is you have to know what it sounds like to be able to play it. If you don't know what it sounds like, you can't play the rhythm or timing or anything. So that's the problem with tabs. It's important to know how to read first, then add tabs later, like I do in Acoustic Guitar Magazine when I write for them. So, for example, when I'm playing these patterns, what I'm doing is I practice much slower. When you practice something you don't know, you practice slow. I'm playing kind of fast. What I'm doing is I know the neck so well that I need to just basically just make sure I don't miss. What I'm doing is I'm playing up and down across the neck, and I make sure when you practice that you practice up the neck, like play, for example, on the same strings. Watch this. See what I'm going up the scale? You should be able to play up and down the neck like that. I'm practicing warming. Okay, and across. I'll do it across the neck now. So I'm missing the notes. So that's what I'm actually doing when I practice the harmonic minor. So I'm just playing the scale in thirds. So you should be able to do any interval when you're practicing. You should be able to do fourths. It's much harder. Watch this. That's really weird. So I'm doing fourths now going down the scale. You should be able to do fifths. Oops, I dropped my pick. I dropped my pick of the guitar. Can you believe it? I'll get it out later. So watch this. I'm going to go up like this. Now you can do fifths. So that gets really weird on the harmonic minor. That's it. Now I'm going to E. Now when I play something like this, everybody, just so you know, I'm trying to use my ear and find the fingering. But then if I have to think about it, I know what the notes are too. I just have to think about it and stop. So it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you'll find all that stuff in drills with G. Oh yeah, you know what? G. Bruce is a great guitar player. Thank you, Grant Harris. Are you related to Grant Green? I'm just kidding. So, yeah. So, what do you mean the harmonic minor scale sounds like the blues mixed in? How would it sound? Would it sound more like a chromatic scale? The harmonic minor scale, everybody, is just basically, it's a regular minor scale, the natural minor. So I'm playing a D nat. Let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. So that has 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. All you do is raise the 7. It's a real exotic sound. Okay? I use it a lot in jazz for certain chords. Particularly altered chords. You'll hear Wes Montgomery. Barry Harris was showing me when I studied with him a lot, where you use it on like a dominant 7, flat 9 chord like this. So let's say I'm playing A7 chord with a flat 9 and flat 13 like this. If I want, I could, before, when I play over that chord, I'm going to a D minor chord. So it's a 5, 1, D, A7, flat 13, flat 9 to a D minor 7. I'll use harmonic minor here, but a D harmonic minor. Watch this. And resolve it to the D minor, you see? So when I play that A7 like this, I go to that chord just like this, okay? So it has an exotic sound, but it's not bluesy, just so you know, Palmer. It's more like it's more exotic sounding to me. Okay. Yeah, harmonic. Oh yeah, let me see. So Grant says there's some I'm trying to see that new comment. Harmonic minor maintains a half step between the seventh and the tonic, which is a stronger resolution than a flat 7. Yeah, good, Grant. Yeah, Grant Harris Music. Good to know you. I'm Ron Jackson Music. So I'm actually, what I'm doing, Grant, and everybody else who's watching. I need coffee at 8:00 at night. Okay. Is that I'm actually what's the word? I'm actually just showing you things I need to practice myself and incorporate more in my playing, but not particularly that I don't know the harmonic minor, but I need to know more about how to use it more adventurously, at a higher level. That's all. So, for example, another thing I need to do, you should learn when you're doing the harmonic minor, when I'm practicing, because I'm still learning this harmonic minor. So I remember I just did thirds. I'm going to go into key G minor this time. So remember to play your scales all over the neck. In any position, any kind of interval. Everywhere on the fingerboard. So you have to really practice hours and hours to get this together. What's really hard is me playing this and talking to you at the same time. That's the hard part. And concentrate, you know what I mean? And be accurate, because it's hard to actually talk and play like I'm doing and teach you guys at the same time. So I'm practicing things I don't know. So what I'm doing is actually I'm going. So the next thing I would do, I did everything in thirds. I went from the key A minor to D minor, now I'm in G minor. So I practice things in all keys. Oh, you're welcome, Palmer. Thanks for all your lessons. I keep watching your videos as I practice on my new guitar. Good. Just so you guys know, I don't know where this little booklet is. Of course, when I'm doing the live stream, I can't find anything. but oh, yeah, here it is. Let me get you something, guys. Let me show you something. So when I'm, if you want to learn more stuff from me, definitely go to my website at Ron Jackson Music. But I have a lot of stuff about chords in this book. You can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and this book is really good for all kinds of chord stuff. I do bass lines and everything. It's a book I wrote with a bunch of different writers for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, for who I write for, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? And it's published by Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard Music. And get your copy on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com /shop, okay? And you can get the book here, and I can send an autographed copy. And it comes with video and everything, video lessons and all kinds of stuff. So it's a great book to learn about all kinds of chord voicing, bass lines. I teach you everything, harmonizing, melodies, all kinds of stuff, reharmonizing, doing jazz, chord melody, and everything. Okay? So anyway, if you want to study with me, let me know during this lesson. I'll show you some other stuff in a minute. So let's get back to the lesson here. So the workshop's all about practicing things you don't know. Okay. Oh, someone's asking, what's the best thing to get better at the blues? The best thing to do in anything, Vide Sharma, is to actually, learn blues solos off of records. Just like jazz or anything else. Learn things by ear, learn the solos, learn the blues scale, and make sure you know what the, what key you're in, etc. And you start transcribing. Those are great ways of getting anything together. And also get a good teacher to help you in the beginning. When I was a kid, I didn't have any help. So when I got to Berkeley, there was a lot of things I had missing in my playing. There's some other things. This may be a stupid question, What's the difference between a hollow body and solid body guitars? Hollow body guitars, you can't play them acoustically. I mean, solid bodies you can because they're made out of solid wood. So if you play with no amp, there's no sound. And they're made out of solid block of wood. Hollow bodies like this is completely hollow in between. You see that? I can put my finger in here. It's like an acoustic guitar. And and this one's called an arch top. The back is arched and everything. This is a D'Angelico XL1 that I got from D'Angelico. And I can play this with no amp. You still can hear it. Watch. You can hear that pretty good. So it sounds acoustic. You see that? So that's the difference. With a solid body, I have a solid body over there, but I'm not going to take it out right now because it's too much work. So that's the difference. Have you ever heard of Christian Van Hammer? He's a very controversial jazz guitar method, which you don't play at your scales or modes or anything like that. No, I don't know him, but that's cool too. I used to hang out with. So Pablo Cordano said, "Have you heard of Christian Van Hammer?" No, I never heard of him. But you know what? I'll tell you something. Another person that's like that. Pablo is James Blood Ulmer, and he played with Ornette Coleman, and I used to hang out with him. His whole thing was not that either, so I'm kind of used to hearing that. How are you playing? How are you playing Coltrane changes? I'm okay at that, So I mean, I play Coltrane changes. I could do all those. Yeah, so I play Coltrane changes. Of course, I need to practice them more, like everybody else. So I mean, I'm practicing things like that, like the. So I'm doing a bunch of Coltrane changes right now. So I use Coltrane harmonizations in my soloing sometimes. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing an F, I'll go through the cycles of the Coltrane changes. I'll go like this. And I'll use that in my solo. I'll go. So I'm using Coltrane changes right there. Okay, so I practice them somewhat. What's this? So that was beans. Okay, good. Coach just learns phrases from good solos and moves them around the fretboard to apply the different chordal changes. That's what basically, just actually Pablo. That's what basically great players do. They basically take the phrase and move them up and down the fingerboard. What I do is I move them up and down and across the fingerboard. So just so you know, I studied with Pat Martino, and he had me doing these exercises like this. So you should be able to take a phrase. Let's take harmonic minor, for example. So if I go like this. So that phrase, this is G minor. I'm just going to 7. I'm going 7, 1, 2, flat 3. Now, your goal, one of the things you have to learn as a guitar player to master the guitar is to be able to take that phrase and play it so many ways. That's what Pat Martino had me do. See what I'm doing? Watch me. See what I just did, everybody? I basically played the same phrase. How many times did I do that? I mean, I could do it so many different. I could do it on the same string. I can only get up to there now in that register. Then if I put it up an octave, you have to be able to do that too. So let me do. See what I just did? So you have to be able to do that with any phrase, though. So like you have to be able to find every possible fingering in the same register to really master the guitar neck. That's one thing to do. Hold on. Let me see some of these questions. Yeah, Pablo. The timbre changes, but it's not only the timbre that changes when you do these different phrases. It's also you really master the fingerboard when you practice this way. So if I'm practicing any kind of phrase like this, let's say, let me see. So let's just take a more complicated phrase. There's more ways, I'm sure, to do that phrase. So when I was studying with Pat Martino, he would make me he would just take a phrase like this. He would do that phrase, for example. That's a very common Pat Martino phrase. So you would practice every possible fingering. Now, you could do it actually on the guitar. You could do it. You could do it on the same string. That's how hard the guitar is. You could go. Now I did open strings that time. I could do it on the same string. Simple cross string. What I did, I'm trying to reach all the. That's really hard to reach up there, but I'm reaching up there. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the same phrase, playing it every possible way. You can play it on the same string, across the strings, skip this. You don't skip the strings when you're playing the same phrase. So that's how you really master the fingerboard. Let me see. There's some questions here. Ron, I'm a kind of beginner to jazz, but I really want to learn more, mainly chords, probably rhythm stuff. Maybe you would. You could play some rhythm guitar on Cantaloupe Island. I could play that a little bit. Oh, Mark, you're an inspiration to me. Thank you. So, rhythm guitar. So, if you're doing Cantaloupe Island, I'll do that real quick for you guys. So that if you want to learn like rhythm parts, listen to the original recordings of rhythm guitar. I've learned a lot of funk rhythm guitars, for example. So, like Cantaloupe Island is like this. I think that's what Herbie does. But it's always good to go back and listen to the original recordings, everybody, and listen to what people are actually playing and then learn it. I think Herbie was doing this. That's the basic rhythm. So that he's playing on the record, you can also go like this. There's all kinds of rhythms you can do. You got to make sure the rhythm matches the bass line. Now, I don't quite remember if that bass line was actually that bass line, but that's the basic copy rhythm he was actually doing in that song. And then you have to change that phrase to go to D flat. So that's the basic rhythm they were using, actually, everybody. So that's Cantaloupe Island by Herbie Hancock. Someone was asking about that. So this is an arch top right here. Actually, just Ruben, just making sure. Do you learn this by learning all the notes on the strings, all the frets by learning shapes, regardless of knowing which note you're playing or not? Oh, Pablo, really great question. Okay, so Pablo's asking, what I'm doing is I know the notes of the guitar neck already. So when I'm doing these shapes, I'm learning the patterns and not necessarily the fingerings. Remember, everybody, this is something no one ever tells you. Whenever you're learning a song or anything, even chords, they lock you into these fingerings. Let's say play a C chord like this. This is a really important thing to learn about. Now remember, this C chord, you don't have to play with these three fingers. You can play with these three fingers. But they make you learn it like this. So it's not only the chord, it's the shape. Okay. Oh, someone's asked me if I ever studied with Helen Holdsworth. I wish I could have. When he came to Berkeley years ago and gave lessons, and I was stupid enough not to take a lesson with him. There's a lot of people I should study with. But anyway, it's a long story. But I studied with a lot of people, but I would have loved to study with Helen Holdsworth. Okay. So here's the thing. When you're playing, it's not only the notes. You have to know the notes, but you have to know the shapes and patterns. Because I could do everything with just one finger. A good example is Django Reinhardt. So let's say I'm playing. Remember this phrase I was doing earlier? Let me see. All the ways I can play that. I'll go like this. Now watch me. I'm doing it one finger. You have to know your fingerboard from the patterns. Your fingers don't matter eventually because you're going to try to find it when you're actually playing. So I can use my fourth finger. See, I can jump around. It's kind of hard with your fourth finger, but anyway. You get the point? So your fingers don't matter. It's the patterns. You have to know how to find the notes. And I know the names of the notes, of course. I mean, to know the names of the fingerboard, notes on the fingerboard is tricky. B flat, B flat, E flat, A flat. Or it could be A flat or G sharp. There's all kinds of things. You have to learn your fingerboard, and you have to learn the basics of the guitar. So when I'm actually playing, and I'm going up the neck, when I get past the 12th fret, I know the notes double. Okay, but also I know I can read pretty good the notation above the 12th fret. It gets kind of weird when you get past the third ledger line above the staff. But you should know where the notes are on the guitar. If I'm up here, I know that's a B flat. I know it's a C. That's a D. So you see that? You should be able to find the note. See what I'm doing? You should know the neck that. Oh, tricky. You should be able to jump around the neck without getting lost like that, everybody. I mean, so your fingering is less important, and knowing the notes is not that important, because when you're actually playing, there's no time to even think when you're actually executing. You just have to play. And a great example like that is George Benson. Or, I don't even think Django Reinhardt knew how to read. They knew how to play. And the most important thing is not knowing how to read, it's knowing how to play at the end. If you're jamming with anybody, you have to know how to play. And it's really important to know where your notes are. And the fingerings don't matter at the end. It's your timing, your feel, finding the notes. Let me see. Oh, wow, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, I would love to say any software to score guitar parts over every song. You know what? I use Sibelius. So Sibelius actually does, there's a guitar program I heard. I forget the name. If someone knows it, just send me a comment. There's a guitar program that scores. But I've been using Sibelius because I don't only score for guitar. I score for all instruments. Saxophone, guitars, pianos, basses, everything, drums. I use Sibelius, and there's good tabs there and everything. So but it's an expensive program. So all my lessons like this, I have a lesson like this that I put up on my website. If you go to my website, I have all kinds of lessons about all the stuff I'm talking about. I use this and I use tabs. Yeah, Guitar Tab Pro, that's the one. I don't use it, but I heard it's a good program. I don't just do guitar. So I do 6-string and my 7-string guitar stuff here, that I use. because I play 7-string too. I'm actually known as a 7-string guitar player now. So if you want to get into 7-string, we can talk about that in a minute. So, what's the difference between A flat and G sharp? It's the same note, but I heard years ago it was slightly different because of tempered tuning. Equal tempered tuning had changed and they just named the notes the same. So that's what I heard. So it's the same note. It's called enharmonic spelling, okay, in music theory. So let me keep going here. Yeah. So so if you're in the key of A flat, and A flat is an A flat. If you're in the key of G sharp is G sharp. It's the same note. Okay. Let me see. Do you think sight reading is essential for guitar players? Oh yes. Okay. Sight reading, everybody. This is the thing guitar players are terrible at. You know what? I don't want to joke about it, but it's really true. When you put what's the joke that I put on my I put it on my TikTok and my Instagram reels. How do you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some John Coltrane music in front of them. No, it's true. The only way you learn how to read is by practicing your reading, everybody. And I use this book over here. Let me show you the book. This is how I learned how to read, everybody. This book, A Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. It's a really great book to learn how to read out of. Starts you from the very top. You could be just like a beginner guitar player. Well, or you could be a beginner guitar player or advanced. You'll learn how to read out of this book. It's position playing. It's called a modern method because the modern method is not the classical method, okay? And that way, the classical method has a very, very, I don't want to say rigid way of learning how to read. This book really teaches you the whole neck, okay? So, I mean, remember, reading has nothing to do with playing, everybody. Just so you know. Reading is just a skill. You have to know how to play. And, and people, I know some great readers on Broadway shows. I've done a lot of Broadway shows. And these guys can read all the stuff in the world. But then you put them to play jazz or something, they'll be like, huh? Songs? I've had Broadway musicians come to like my gigs, my jazz gigs in New York, and they say, wow, you're a real musician, man. You can read and you can improvise. No, you can play, songs, and you can improvise. So reading is important, but it doesn't teach you how to play jazz or improvise or other things, other skills about guitar playing. So, but reading is great because you learn the notes on the guitar neck, which is very important. So let me keep answering some questions here. So how do you visualize the chords under your single note playing? Oh, that's a great question. Oh, you know what? Yeah. How do you practice sight reading? So sight reading, Pablo, just so you know, just start reading music. That's what you have to do. You got to practice reading music all the time to get into it. Okay. There's no no cutting corners. Just put some music in front of you. Start reading. It's gonna take time. You gotta study a little bit. You gotta get a teacher to help you maybe. I'm a good teacher, so if you need anybody, I'll help you read. And you know what? I'll tell you something. I wasn't a good reader when I was 18 years old. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked. But I started practicing, and the only way you can get into good reading is to practice every day. You're reading, and just do it a little bit. And after a while, it really helped me when I started really doing Broadway shows. All the reading you have to do, it's like really hard. And it was really funny. I got to tell the story later, but let me keep going now. So, do you know how to do rhythm technique for a song, the culture? I don't know that one. We'll have to skip that one. So, how do you visualize chords under single note playing? So, I want to tell you, everybody, I have this lesson on my website. Go to my website, www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I have printable lessons there. Okay, I'm going to show you the website in a minute. But what you have to do is if you want to really learn how to read notes and everything else, everybody, you have to actually, to be able to play chords under scales, you have to be able to go like this. C major. I'm playing E major 7 sharp 5. Play the chord. You have to be able to play the chord and then know the scale right on top of it. That's how you practice your chords. So when I'm actually improvising, I'll go. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just trying to show you real quick. So when I'm playing a C major, like I was a 1-6-2-5 in the key of C major. Let's make it B flat. I'll make it A flat. So let's say I want to keep it A flat. I'll go A flat major 7, F minor 7, B flat minor 7, E flat 7 or dominant 9. So I'll just be able to play the scale. Dorian, A flat, F minor, natural minor, then B flat minor, B flat Dorian, then E flat dominant. So that's how you actually learn how to play your chord scales. You got to be able to play them everywhere too. See what I did? I did all possible fingering, and, for that scale particularly. Just like I showed you earlier, everybody, you have to be able to play these scales. So when you start learning how to match your chord scale to the chord, that's how you start really learning how to play over jazz changes. So right now I'm just practicing for you guys. That's how I would do it, okay? So this is all about practicing things you don't know, but I know how to do that. So, I mean, there's things I don't know, so I try to practice those things I don't know. So I have these kind of lessons on my website. If you go to my website right here, ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me show you. Oh, I have it here. Oh, I don't have it right here. It's okay. If you want to go to my Patreon and join, though, I have those lessons there too. So my Patreon is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 or less and become a patron at the same time. Help support me and my channel and everything I'm doing as a musician. Okay. And also on another announcement, I don't have it tonight. I'm playing a gig in New Jersey Friday. My first live performance as a leader in about a year, more than a year. It's going to be at, what was that place called? Oh my God. What's it called? Oh yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in what town? In Ramsey, New Jersey. Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey. I'm playing my own first gig this Friday if you're in New Jersey. And it's going to be a great gig with one of the best drummers in New York City and bassists, and me on 7-string guitar. So come by this Friday. So I'm just going to make that announcement. You're going to see me announce this on YouTube tomorrow. Okay, you're going to come out and watch it. Okay, so let me keep going here. So here's some other questions. Hey, from Indonesia. Oh yeah, thank you. Someone from Indonesia, thank you for liking my method. Melody lines in pop music are typically harmonized in thirds. Are there any other rules you think that are sounding good for harmonic lines? So I use thirds a lot. Watch this. So let's say I play a scale. Let's go to key of G flat. I can go fourths. I like to use sixths. Do you get that sixth chord? That's a very common sixth thing. I'm from Jersey. I would like to see you play. If I can, I'm playing at Brothers Smokehouse on Friday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Can someone put it in the comments for me? And I'm playing there this Friday. It's in Ramsey, New Jersey. This Friday, May 14th, with my jazz trio. Okay, I just got the gig this weekend. I'm actually doing a big emailing tomorrow, and I'll be posting it on YouTube. Actually, I'll put a little post on it so you can see me. Get like an ad for my gig on Friday. But come on out, everybody. I know people have been dying to go see music, so come out and come die and see me play. No, I'm just kidding. Come by and see me play with my trio this Friday. So let me keep going here. How do you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? Oh, that's a big question. So let me keep going down the list. Oh, hold on here. I just skipped a couple things. So I did harmonic lines for everybody. William Levin has got me so many gigs over the years. Great recommendation. Oh, William Levin got Grant Harris a lot of gigs. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You knew William Levin? How old are you, man? He died a while ago. Now, you tell me about that later. Please drop the download the link to download the book so I can start learning to read. Okay, what I'll do is I'll go to my Amazon store. Let me show you this. This is my Amazon store. You can get the book on my Amazon store. Okay, someone could write that in, like my friend over here. You can go to amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and there you can get the book on my Amazon store. Just look for books, okay? Go to amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music and pick up that book, okay? And that's how you can start learning how to read. It's a great book, okay? And you can pick up guitars like this D'Angelico. I have a D'Angelico store on my Amazon store, okay? So you can go there. You can get guitar straps like Moody straps, all kinds of Seymour Duncan pickups, everything that I endorse. Okay, let me keep going. What do you think of George Harrison's guitars? I think he was great. George Harrison was great, Dave. Sebastian, how can you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? So Dorian, let me just tell you, Dorian is basically, now Dorian has a 1, 2, so if you're playing D Dorian, it's E, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, okay, to D. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. Now here's the difference. So harmonic minor or melodic minor is, okay, what you do is you just raise a 7. There's one note difference between the melodic minor and the Dorian mode. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Natural 7 and natural 6. So I use the scales a lot. So you have to be able to play these everywhere on the neck. Go. See, I'm just messing around. I'm just practicing for you guys. I haven't practiced all day. So you have to be able to play those. So let me keep going. So Christian, I'm going to be putting an ad up for the gig on Friday. So come on by. Bro, you're better than Eddie Van Halen. No, I'm not. I love Eddie Van Halen is one of my heroes, guys. Just so you know, when I was a kid, no one knows this. I was a rocker. So I saw Eddie Van Halen. I saw Van Halen 7 times when I was a kid. 7. He was one of my heroes. When he first came out, man, I was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. You know, it's really sad that he actually passed away. He was a really amazing guitar. When he came out, there was no one that sounded like him. He just broke barriers. And he didn't know how to read, and he was self-taught. So that's a great example of not knowing how to read and you have to have good ears. You have to have all the skills, everybody. You have to have good ears. You have to be able to read. You have to know, how to play with people. There's a lot involved now with playing music. So let me keep going. Let me answer a few more questions. You guys have a lot of questions. So today was about practicing. So always practice things you can't do. So remember that. So we were working on a harmonic minor today, and I was working on that. So let me see. How do you improve your relative pitch? One way is just transcribing. You can so for example, let me see something. I like to use this tuner. So for example, I'm used to hearing like so that's the E note. I know that because I play guitar all the time. Oops, I dropped my tuner. So so I go like that. D, A, E. So so one good way is learning solfege, everybody. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Now, being in tune is a whole different story when you're singing. But you have to be able to hear these pitches in your head. Now, when you're singing something, that's another skill. To sing in tune, you have to practice your singing. But to be able to hear pitches, that's a whole different story. You can be able to hear pitches and not be a good singer. You have to be able to find the notes on the guitar. And the best way is actually to learn, transcribe, take off solos from records. That's how I started playing. I didn't know how to read anything, but I was good at learning solos and stealing stuff off records. So I would learn whole solo, I would learn Jimmy Page solos, Jimi Hendrix. I was a rocker. So, and then you move up to jazz, you go to blues through jazz, you know, all the modern jazz stuff. And it's just a lot of practice. You have to basically spend hours and hours, guys. Remember, the guitar is not like on YouTube when you watch on YouTube and you listen to me on YouTube all the time and you look at videos. You know, the thing is, all the work I put in is because I practice a lot and did it myself. Looking at YouTube videos only takes you so far. I just want to let you know that. And some of my students, like, they'll study with me for a while, then they go on YouTube and start trying to practice, and then they come back to me and say, Ron, I'm looking at all these YouTube videos, but I'm still not learning anything because I need your help because I don't even know what I'm doing. And you have to actually go, you know, practice yourself and get a teacher to really help you. It's really important. I didn't have that help. And, you know, in my case, I know how to judge myself. I've been teaching long enough. I can listen to myself. I record myself. I do all kinds of stuff to help myself improve. And I have had a lot of students who have gone through my, you know, study with me and become professional musicians. So it's a lot involved. You got to do a lot of practicing. It's a lot of practice, guys. I used to practice 5-8 hours a day. So just so you know. So let me keep going here. Yes, lots of love. What do you mean by playing scale of thirds or fourths? So so Dario's asking me how you play scales of thirds or fourths. So basically, when you go up the scale, one note at a time, that's called a second. 1, 2, etc. Going up the scale. But when you go from, like, let's say if you're going from G to, so if I'm going from G to A, then A to B, they call it a second because it's one note to the second note. Now, if you go to thirds, you're going to go 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to go from G, A to B. I'm going to skip the A and go a third away, which is 1, 2, 3. So that's G, B. And then I go up the scale like that. So those are thirds, okay? I'm skipping every 3 notes. Now, fourths are skipping every 4 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 4. So I'm going to that note now. So these are fourths. And then fifths. Sixths. Sevenths. This gets harder. Sorry. Those are 7. We could do it this way. So you have different ways of playing notes like that. 7, 6. So you can practice your notes like that. You can practice your chords like that. You can go like this. Watch. It gets weird. Those are 7. 6. You hear that a lot in guitar playing now. So that's Brown Eyed Girl. Okay, so that's like that's a very common, easy thing to play on guitar. It gets weird when you get to 7ths. You could do like octave and second. So that's an octave and a second away. An octave. Okay, etc. So that's what I like to do. I like to mix them up like that. That's how you do little harmonies and stuff. So let me keep answering these questions. Dang, I was playing today and I wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? Oh, that's too bad. Okay. What are some tips for connecting scales together when improvising? Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great question, Rocky. So when I'm playing through a song, you know, you got to be able to change your scale as soon as you get to the next chord, okay? Let me see if I can show you something. Like if I'm playing like, the only way I can really show you is if I play you something. You might not be able to hear it that well, but if I play through some chord changes like of a song, I'm going to try to play this through my computer. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to play this through my computer. The problem is it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do this. I can't do this really through my computer. So if, let's say I'm playing through a song like, let's say I'm playing from F major 7 to an E flat 7. So what I'm doing is, so that's four beats each. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have a loop pedal, but anyway. So if I'm playing through that, if I'm going to play that, I'm going to play an F major scale through that. When I get to the E flat, it'll be here. E flat dominant scale. So if I'm playing a solo, I'm going to have to I'm not going to jump to the root. I'm going to go like this. What I did was I just switched the scale without actually, changing my position to go to the root. So I'm actually doing something else different. I need my other phone. And so what I did was you have to be able to play through the chord without switching the scale. That's called the continuous scale exercise. I have that. Actually, I have that as an exercise. I'm going to be putting it on my website for sale as a lesson. It's called the continuous scale exercise. Basically, when you play through a song, you should be able to change the scale without having to jump to the next note. Just go continuously through the scale. Like if I'm playing the Days of Wine and Roses, it'll be like this. Oh, I need a charger. I need a charger for my computer. Can you get that for me? It's about to run out. Close. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's what happens. I'm going to do that. Let me go back to the questions. So that's what you have to do. I'm going to go back here and look at what I'm talking about with you guys. Oh, what's your favorite Eddie Van Halen song solo? Someone's asking. That's a great question. So everybody, one of my favorite is I forgot it actually. Unchained, whatever you call that. Let me plug this in. Yeah, great. Is it? Oh yeah, great. My computer was about to die. So with all the comments, but there's so many songs. Distortion on this archtop guitar, guys. So anyway, even a harmonic minor or even a harmonic minor or melodic minor, Matthew's saying, that's actually a great way to practice. If you're going to afford it, get a loop pedal. Yeah, you know what? I have a loop pedal, everybody, actually. I have like tons of pedals in here, but I don't use them like I do. I try not to use the loop pedals. I try to play everything myself if I can. Okay? So, to demo something, I should get a loop pedal just to play some changes and then play them back. So I'm going to work on that. I need to get all this stuff out, actually. Light Up the Sky by Space Ted. So Toast Alcom was watching you. I got my first bass today. Great, Mahan Lee. What electric guitar and amp would you recommend for a beginner who's been playing a cheap Fender acoustic for a year? You know what? Go to my Amazon store, Carlston. And you can get, I have some beginner guitars and amps in that store. Go to Ron Jackson Music, www.amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And I have a bunch of recommendations there for my beginner students or people who want to get into jazz guitar or better guitars than they're with, okay? And you can get some decent guitars there already, okay? So I would try that. Go to my store. Because there's a ton of them. I have them listed right there, okay? Some are not in stock. If they're not in stock, I'm going to have to restock the store. But I have my own Amazon store, so check it out. Let me see if I can play this. I'm going to have to go out of this if I do this, though. Oh, yeah. I'm going to mute some. Where's that? Right here. No. This one. That's the mute. Oh, here. Oh, okay, so show me. You go ahead. So everybody, I'm going to actually play you an example of the. I'm going to actually play now. You need the cord. Where is it? No, it's not plugged in. This is not though. So so let me show you, everybody. I'm going to play you like an example of the. I'm going to do a little practicing right now for you guys. Let me show you. I'm going to show you that continuous scale exercise. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to put a song on. Is it on? It's not on, is it? It's not on. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you this continuous scale exercise with this song. Let me see if it's working. It's not on yet. Okay, so I'm going to show you this right now, everybody. Okay, let me see. Okay, it should be on. Let me see. Let me see. So here, I'm going to play you a song right now where I use the continued scale exercise, The Days of Wine and Roses. So listen to this. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit so you can listen. Here's a good exercise. Watch this. See what I just did? So I mean, it was kind of weird, but I'm not used to playing like that. But what I just tried to do, I was trying to play the scale all the way through the song. So you know, so what happens is, let's start from the top. So when I get to the F major 7, I was playing this song called Days of Wine and Roses. I went from F major 7 to E flat 7 sharp 11, and then A minor 7, to D7 flat 9, then G minor, then E flat 7, then A minor, D minor, G minor, to G minor over F, and then E minor 7, A7, E minor 7 flat 5, G7. So if I'm playing through the scale through that, you have to be able to play over each chord without stopping the scale. So watch me from the top again. Watch this. Here we go. One more time. What I did was, so I started doing my jazz stuff there. So what I'm doing is actually, it's hard to play those scales all the way through and make them sound like musical. So what happens is I start resorting to my jazz guitar lines, which I'm much better at than just trying to play a scale all the way through. So let me see something here. Someone's making some comments. Let me go back to the comment stream here. But you get the idea, everybody. I'm just trying to, if you're learning how to improvise jazz, you got to learn how to be able to play the scale over the neck and not get lost and get through the changes. You know, it's kind of hard to do like that, but it's a good way of starting off. What's a good time to use melodic minor, and how would you practice that? So, for example, there's a whole lesson on my YouTube channel here. I just put up a couple of lessons, everybody. Jared Elks asked that question. So, Jared, I have a couple of melodic minor guitar lessons here already posted. So please go on my YouTube and search for melodic minor. I did a whole short lesson and a long lesson. So you usually use the melodic minor in jazz over an altered scale. For example, if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a D7 sharp 9 flat 13. So in that scale, I use a D altered scale, which is actually E flat melodic minor. So that's what it sounds like. See? So that's an altered scale. So you have to pay. Also on let's say on G7, 7 sharp 11, you get the Lydian dominant scale, which is actually D melodic minor. Also on the minor 7 flat 5, let's do an F minor 7. F minor 7 flat 5 with a natural 9. So you use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually A flat melodic minor in this case. So it's an A flat melodic minor. So those are the most important cases, okay, for the melodic minor to use in jazz. Thank you. The bebop scale, oh man, that's a whole different lesson. I got tons. I know all the bebop scales too. So just so you know, there's a bunch of bebop scales. There's the major bebop. Let's do it in the key of A flat. Okay, and then you have the Dorian bebop, which comes from the dominant bebop. And then let's go to the key of G minor. Then there's the melodic minor bebop, which is a melodic minor, and you have the passing tones. So there's different passing tones for each chord. The major bebop has a passing tone between the 6th and the 5th. And the melodic minor is like the major scale, like the major bebop scale, but with a flatted 3. So if I'm doing G minor, G major scale, for example, then put the passing tone between the 5 and 6, then make it minor. So that's called the Dorian, that's called the melodic minor bebop. So that's a whole lesson. I have a lesson about that too on my YouTube channel. So everybody, there's a lot of questions, but I went through a lot of material tonight, and I'm getting tired and I have to eat dinner. So please, everybody, please follow me. Maybe you're doing this, but let me understand. You're playing a scale in thirds, for example, and fourths. Okay. Oh, let me see. Maybe you're doing this. Let me see, Dario. I'm going to answer a couple more questions, and I have to go eat dinner now. But of course, everybody, just in case, if you're enjoying this, please subscribe to me. And if you like my lessons and stuff, please go to my Patreon and join my Patreon. I have a lot of these lessons already on there. And you can start for $3 a month and become a patron, okay? And up to becoming like me, becoming a mentor to you. There's levels up to that high. And as little as $3 a month for one lesson, okay? And etc. on up. And also, if you're enjoying this and you learned a lot today, I'm also taking donations. You can just go to my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App are exactly the same. So just write this down if you'd like to. It's Ron Jackson Music. It's my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. If you'd like to donate, $1 or more, that would be great. Yeah. Someone's trying to help my friend Dario here. If you read, go back to the video, Dario, you'll understand it better. So if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. You don't have to, but if you would like to, that'd be great. I'd be grateful. To these things. And I have a gig coming up this Friday here in New Jersey, here in New York City area. If you want to come by, I'm going to be playing at what's it called again? Yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey this Friday. Brothers Smokehouse at 8 p.m. this Friday with my jazz trio with the best drummer in New York and the best bass player. And it starts at 8 p.m. And we do 2 sets, 8 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. It's free entry. You have to get a drink or eat or do both. Okay, and listen to some great music. Please come on by. I'm gonna be posting something later on about it. Yeah, the link is in the comments, everybody. So check out the comments. The link is in the comments for my performance this Friday. I appreciate everybody. I was here just to practice and try to get my stuff better, and not take questions. But you guys had so much, And remember, all these videos I do for you guys is great, but the best thing to do is really study with a teacher. So I also teach, and you can contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else was I going to say to you? I have some other announcements. If you like all the stuff I'm playing, go to my Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music and Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. You can pick up any of the gear I'm using there. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner, but I'm going to try to eat something. There's rabbit running around over here. What was I going to say? Just in case some people, are wondering what amp I use, I've been using the Henriksen amp. And you can use my discount code to get a Henriksen amp, which are those smallest amps you can buy on the market. Okay, and you can use code Ron Jackson and save 5% on the amp. You can share this code everywhere. Share it to all your friends, everybody. Go to Henriksen Amplifiers, HenriksenAmps.com, and and you can save 5% on anything on the website. Use my code Ron Jackson. Okay, that's HenriksenAmps.com and then use code Ron Jackson. Save 5% on any amp. Also, one more announcement. If you want to learn about all the chord stuff, and Dario's wondering about that, I have a book out. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And right now, I was having a sale last week. I might start it up again. But you can get this book and also all my printable lessons. A lot of things I talked about today on my website. You can buy a lesson as little as $1.49, actually. You can just go there and download these printables. And thank you. I got this guitar from D'Angelico. I'm one of their artist ambassadors. So whenever I play 6-string, I use this guitar. When I play 7-string, I use my Eastman. Today I was playing 6-string because most people can't play 7-string. But I'll be playing my 7-string guitar on Friday at my performance. So you guys should have to come by. I'll probably do another live stream before that. But if you want to get my book, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I sell lessons there, printable lessons, downloadable lessons actually, and you can print them out. And this book called Chords at Your Fingertips, that's released through Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for I'm a writer, and Hal Leonard Music. So you'll really enjoy this book. There's a lot of cool stuff, like you learn how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff that I teach. So thank you everybody for watching. I see you found out about my YouTube short videos. Big fan. Thank you, buddy. Ha ha. Someone said ha ha. Sebastian says ha ha. Thanks. Yeah, so Dario, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, man. So thirds and fourths are just basically skipping notes, just so you know. That's why you got to get a teacher to help you, because doing it online only takes you so far. Remember that. You got to have a really good teacher to show you, because that's how I learned. I went to Berklee College of Music, and I learned all this stuff when I was 18 years old. So I kind of understand it now. I learned all this stuff years ago. And after, I'm trying to be gifted. Thank you. What was this? Oh, man, that's a really nice comment. I love your taste in guitars. Thank you. Ron does it specifically gifted musician to be able to play proficiently at jazz. Or can an old SRV clone convert? You know what? Anybody can learn any age. So you can learn how jazz at any age, everybody. You just got to, all of this is really... There's no ifs, ands, and buts around. You got to practice. Unless you're a genius, you need to practice. And it's that simple. And if you need help, get a teacher. If you're a genius like Wes Montgomery, who was completely self-taught, then, you can do it. But the most important thing is getting a good teacher and practicing and listening to your teacher. Some of my students, they'll study with me and they don't listen. So, if you don't listen to your teacher and the teacher is good, then getting a guitar teacher, I teach, just so you know. So you contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to, let me make a comment somehow. Let me make a comment. Can I make a comment? I don't know if I can, but go to, my email is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. So just follow me everywhere. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Subscribe here. And, you can take lessons with me. You can contact me everywhere. Go to my website. You can actually send me an email there. It's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. If you want to study with me and you're serious, I welcome you to be a student. So, please contact me. You're welcome. Let me see. Can you explain this one? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, so anyway, everybody, I'm going to get going. I was just looking at the questions. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? Thanks for watching. I'll have some new videos coming up, actually, probably tomorrow too. Great. Okay, thank you. Got it, metal fan. Okay, we'll talk, everybody. Keep in touch. Go to my email, Ron Jackson Music. Thank you for you're welcome, Brazil. Marcelo, you're welcome. And thank you for watching, everybody. It was a really great show. It's hard to talk and play the guitar and try to explain things and answer questions, but I'm trying to do more of these lives to help all my students out, help all my subscribers out. And if you want to study with me, or or anything, or come to one of my gigs, that would be great. Come by my gig Thursday, Jared. Brothers Smokehouse, Ramsey, New Jersey, Friday, 8 p.m. No cover. It's but you have to get a drink or eat or something. It should be fun. I'm a good guitar teacher, so someone keeps asking that question. So contact me. Hey, Jared. Oh, it's UK here, 2 p.m. Oh, really? Okay. So we'll talk, guys. Okay, we'll talk. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
We had to do something else. Do a little different tonight. Frosty the Snowman.
How about it for Ron Jackson, Pete Zimmer, and Dan Chase? Good evening. I'm Leslie Harrison. How's everybody? A pleasure to be here in your wonderful, warm city.
Once a year I play that. I have to remember that song. That's a great tune. Mel Torme. Woo! Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Moosa Moosh next year? Yeah. Georgia. Okay. That was some. Everybody likes the blues. Bluesy. Woo. Video reply to the scales I'm using over Stairway to Heaven. So on the A minor chord, I'm playing an A natural minor scale or Aeolian scale. On the G chord, I'm playing a G Mixolydian. On the F major 7, I'm playing an F Lydian. So these are the modes actually in the key of C major. So when I'm actually soloing too, I'm mixing them all up. And also sometimes I'm passing in between the frets, the whole steps, and the notes that have 2 frets in between. So that's how I actually play over Stairway to Heaven. And these are the scales I actually use. So thank you. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and oh, I see people watching already. Just so you know, I got a new guitar. Send me a chat if you have any questions, my Patreon friends. And right now, we're going to talk about rhythm and using a metronome particularly. Oh, hey, Michelle. How are you watching? So I got a new guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico. Let me fix this a little bit. I don't know. I got to move this closer to make sure I look like I'm a seamless background. I got to work on this actually, everybody. But I put a background behind me, but it doesn't look seamless. So let me move this over a little bit this way. And so let's get started here. Um, I just got this D'Angelico. It's called the XL1 model. With the cutaway throwback. It's a great guitar. Just I need to get set up. It's the first time I'm actually playing it on anything. So if you have any questions so far, everybody on Patreon or my friends who are watching, please let me know. Also, I have an announcement to make. So next Sunday, I'm actually doing a jazz improvisation workshop for Lively. I'm going to put it on the chat here in a minute. And so, a bunch of my students are attending already. And if you'd like to join me, that would be great. And today we'll just work on rhythm, but particularly practicing with the metronome. So so everybody should have their metronome out and get ready if you're watching this. And so I use an app called Tempo. It's really a great app. And let me show you this. So look at this app. It's called Tempo. I got it on iPhone. You have to pay for it on iPhone. I think on Android you can still get it for free. And it's a really great app. You should practice with a metronome. Rhythm is the most important thing. Okay, that's the thing I need to work on the most all the time. When I first started studying, they talked about rhythm, but I didn't take it seriously like I should have. For years. I started really taking it even more seriously recently. You have to learn how to count. You have to know where your beats are. You have to look at notation and be able to read the notation to be able to subdivide. Okay. So you have to be able to subdivide every note into different. There's different ways to subdivide notes. You could divide them into when you hit a beat like this. Let me put a beat on. So this is a 4/4/90. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. So for example, I'm playing 4/4/90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So when I'm counting that tempo, I'm actually, I can think of it so many different ways. So I can think of it just quarter notes and just trying to make sure I play along with those quarter notes. So I can go, and I can just go like this. Etc. So I'm actually playing with that click. Now, one thing I never thought about is like, you're just trying to hit each note and trying to hit it and trying to guess where the note is. One of the things I learned, I was studying with a drummer recently. I need to take some more lessons with him. I actually need to practice with his material. Is that when you're playing that note, when you're just playing quarter notes alone, there are so many ways to think about how to approach just hitting a quarter note. Okay. Now, please send me some questions if you have any questions. Okay, on the live chat here. Okay. Happy Saturday, Umir. It's Umir. Hey, say to everybody. Umir is a great student of mine. Private student. He comes to my place. We wear masks and everything. By the way, everybody, I'm fully vaccinated now, so I could talk to you through the camera without getting sick or vice versa. Just kidding. So anyway, watch this. So when I'm actually playing with this, years ago, one of my great friends, he's a great flute player, plays on Broadway shows here in New York. He was at Berkeley with me, and he told me, look, Ron, one way you could play more accurately with a click is to be able to subdivide each note. So when I'm playing each note, I can go like this. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So what happens is when I'm actually playing a note like that, quarter notes, and thinking that the quarter note is actually divided into two parts, you start to play more accurately because you're actually playing what's the word you know you're dividing the note in half, so your accuracy, your brain, you'll be able to hit that note on time more accurately, you know, right on the beat. Now, if you're recording that kind of program like Logic that I use a lot, you know, you could see on the grid when you're playing with a metronome if your beat is ahead or behind, you know, and people always are a little bit behind or ahead, you know. So when I've been starting to think like this more accurately, subdividing each beat, I've actually been playing more accurate on the beat because I'm subdividing. So I just subdivided into two parts. Of course, there's more subdivisions. You know, you could just play one, think one beat per measure per click, or two, or dividing into one and two and three and four. And the next possible thing in that realm of dividing in two is I could do it in 16 notes. I can go 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E. So all I'm doing is counting each click now, dividing the beat into four exact parts into 16 notes, which is 1 E and a. So you know. Remember, the eighth note is one and. So you're putting the E, 1 E and a. You're putting the E and a between the one and now. So my teacher, my drum teacher I'm studying with right now, has me tapping my foot like this, 1 E and a 2, and then making sure I sing every 16th note with that click, okay? So I'm going 2, 3, 4. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a, you know. So when you do it that way, this makes it seem like in your mind that the click is slower than it actually is, because you're playing like four notes on each beat, okay? So 1 E and 2, 3. I'm starting on the beat. So 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and so it actually makes the beat, makes you play more accurate because you're thinking the note is slower than it is because if you're thinking just one beat each, 1, 2, your brain doesn't play that as accurate as 1 E and because you're actually making every beat into four equal parts. So this gets into reading. So when I'm reading like a 16th note melody or 8th note melody, I'll start. He has me actually doing the you know, if I'm playing an 8th note, I had to sing it at the same time. So if I'm going 1 and 2, 1 and 2, if I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and, so I'm hitting each and singing them at the same time, so I know I'm accurately playing the note. Okay, one, and same with 16th notes. So if I'm going 1 E and up, like I'm going 2, 3, 4. 1 E and up, 2 E and up, 3 E and up, 4 E and up, 1 E and up, 2 E and up, 3 E, you know, and I'm making sure I'm saying the right timing. So if it's in 4/4, I'm going 1 E and the 2 E and the, I'm making sure I'm doing the count 1 E and the 2 E and the 4 E and the 1 E and the 2 E and the 3 E, etc. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? Please send me a text. You know, a live chat. That's what you're here for, to ask me during the live lesson. You know, and thank everybody who's a patron. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to make sure I give you at least a couple of lessons a week. You know, I used to just do one, but you know, people were saying that wasn't not enough. So I'm trying to keep you, you know, at least 8 10 lessons a month. Put more videos up. If there's any questions, you know, please send them to me. Email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Okay, about anything that you want to learn. I have so much material that I have to gather still and put into like tabs and everything to put for you guys, including, you know, this kind of stuff I'm teaching you about timing, etc. Okay, so I'm trying my new guitar today that I got from D'Angelico. You know, they gave me this guitar because of all the followers I have now, and I appreciate them. So I'm going to be doing an unboxing soon. I already filmed it, and I'm going to have to edit it, and I'll be putting that up soon. And So when I'm doing timing, okay, so we divide it into like one count per beat, for example. Now we're just doing quarter notes, and then I divide it into two, like one and two and. Then I divide it into four, one E and a two E and a. Now you can divide in three, okay? So you can go like this: 2, 3, 4, 1 and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and etc. So if I'm playing, I'll go like this: 1 and two and three and four and one and two. Oh, sorry, I'm off now. 2, 3, 4. 1 and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and two and. So when you're playing the guitar, particularly because everybody's watching on guitar, you could use in any exercise you could use your pick as a metronome too. So let me slow it down because it's kind of fast. It's at 80. You should be doing this slow anyway when you practice the beginning. Look at this. Oh yeah, so someone has a comment on the Patreon page. So let me go to Patreon too. I hope they can still see me. Yes, I can. Yeah. So let me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to make a comment. Oh, Sean, my student I just had earlier. Sean said the first way to learn was to enunciate the word triplet. You could do it that way too. Actually, the only thing is when you're doing triplet, you're not saying the numbers. Okay, so you can go one pellet. Actually, my drum teacher taught me this. You can go one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet, one pellet, two pellet. Make sure you have the beats in there, okay? So you know what beat you're on. Because it's very important to know where your beat is so you don't get lost. Like you should always know where one is. Okay, one bit. So I go one and so that there's a couple of ways to do this. So the way Sean is saying is you can go triplet, one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet. You can go one end up, two end up, three end up, four end up. You could do that too when you're counting these rhythms, okay? Now remember, people who just got here, rhythm is the most important thing. I want to see what someone said on Patreon while I'm doing this, because I have to look. I might have to look on my phone. Let me get my other phone here. Hold on, everybody. I don't want to look at my Patreon while I'm on the computer at the same time. So someone had a question on Patreon. Let me get my other phone. I'm going on my Patreon right now. So yeah, Sean, that's a great great comment. Let me go to my Patreon and see what this person said, whoever that was. Okay. Hold on. So let me go to my home here. Ooh, somebody's on my phone here. It's acting weird. So anyway, I'll skip that for now. So if you have any questions, just please send them to me right here on oh yeah, Reggie. Reggie has a question here. Would you practice your scales like that? Yes. So Reggie, so if I'm practicing my scales, he asked me actually doing these exercises like this. I'll particularly practice my melodies like that, but you can practice your scales like that. So if I'm playing, let's play this out here. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and I can do it that way. 1 and 3 and oh, sorry. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Now, it's hard to do all this. I'm trying to count, play the notes, tap my foot. But you know what? The reason why I'm learning this, and it's making me more accurate in general with my timing, and it makes me think when you start counting the notes and saying the notes, it's very important because what happens is you start really internalizing like a drummer does. A drummer, all he does is count all the time. He's just playing count 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2. He has no rhythm or harmony. I mean, he has no harmony, excuse me. He has no harmony or melodic instrument to play. So it's all about time. They're counting all kinds of stuff. They're counting with one hand and another hand's counting something else, and the offbeats and stuff. So if you can apply that to your playing, that is, it makes you even a better musician to be able to count one and the two and the. If I'm playing 16 notes, one and then the two E and the three and, oh sorry, it's hard to do. One E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the four E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two. Plus, I'm running out of breath when I do that. When I'm practicing my rhythms, I'm actually trying to think of every note, especially when I'm reading now. I know a lot of guitar players are not great readers, but you should work on your reading and notation because that's how you really know about rhythm too. When you know what notes are written. So if I'm looking at like any kind of real book thing here, like this, I'm actually doing the same thing when I'm reading now, and I'm actually thinking more about what I'm reading now. If I pick a hard song like with some 16th notes in it, like then I'm really thinking much more accurately about what I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to think of some cool songs that might have 16 notes in here that are kind of complicated. So let's take this song has a few 16 notes in it. Conception. Yeah, it has some 16 note triplets, some jazz stuff. Jazz has mostly 8th notes, just so you know. So a lot of jazz musicians, just so you know, another pro tip is that jazz musicians are really good at. I'm thinking about myself more as a jazz musician than like a horn player, but like a horn player would probably play more like what's the word? Are much more accurate with the reading because that's how they start. Yeah. Oh yeah. And Ymir said Aerogen. Aerogen. So Aerogen is just it's a jazz tune, but it doesn't have that many rhythmically. It doesn't have that many notes in it, rhythmic wise. Let me see. Let me pull that out for him. Aerogen. Do I have it in this book? I know the song. I don't know if I have it in this book. Oh, here it is. So Aerogen has a triplet in the beginning, like it goes like one, triple. So I would go one, triplet, or you do it one, triplet, or one, two, and then I would go 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So what I do is this. If I'm playing with the metronome, I want to learn a melody. I want to play the rhythm exactly perfect. I play it real slow like this, and make sure I have the clicks on 1, 2, 3, 4. I will go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So I would go 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. It's so hard to find. 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So what I'm doing is, it's hard to keep the count and sing and do everything at the same time because I'm doing it pretty fast to do that. But what I'm doing is when you start really counting every note and thinking about thinking about each rhythm of the note, that's the point I'm trying to make is you're actually internalizing the rhythm better, and deep down inside subconsciously your mind plays with better rhythm. That's the whole point of this class today. So practice with your metronome like that. Counting and make sure you know your subdivisions of the beats. So I can actually read pretty good. So I wouldn't be, when I'm actually playing like a regular fast tempo, like let's say I'm playing faster. Let's put this up to like 90. I'm not playing that fast. I'm going to put it at 100. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. 4, 1. reading it like I would normally read it, but I'm actually more conscious about the rhythm because I'm thinking about the subdivisions in general. So I try to play more accurately. And a lot of people don't think about that when they're actually reading. They're just trying to read the notes and read the rhythms, but they don't think about the rhythms really deep in their in their soul. Like now I'm looking at music a different way when I'm counting. So when I'm just reading, I'll just read, but I'm subconsciously I'm thinking more about the timing to each note, like the accuracy of each note, and also the deep rhythm of each note. Because like a whole note, someone asked, my drum teacher asked me, "What's a whole note?" I say, "Well, whole note's 4 beats." But what is a whole note too? It's 4 quarter notes tied together, for example. Okay, so when you think of it that way, it's like instead of going one, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So those are whole notes. So, but if I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking of the whole note as 4 quarter notes. Your mind thinks differently that it's actually 4 quarter notes tied together, or it could be 8 notes tied together, or 16 notes tied together. So you play that really accurately in your brain, and drummers think like that because also that's all they have is rhythm. Okay, so it's very important to be able to feel rhythms and also have them internalized by counting. And drummers, ever since I've been studying drum with drum teachers, I've been checking out drummers. I think musicians should do that. I mean, I've been checking out the drummer Vinny Caliuta because he's a big, I never knew how much a monster this guy is. He plays with everybody. Herbie Hancock, Chick Corea, Sting. He played with Frank Zappa in the beginning, and and he mentioned the same thing. When he's a drummer, he counts everything, and all kinds of things that goes in his mind about counting. Permutations, odd meters. I mean, but everything is mathematical and it's logical. That's the whole point. It's all logical and it all works. It's all mathematical. It's nothing like some kind of weird rocket science where you think that he's playing some weird stuff at the time. No, it's all counted actually. So if you want to get deeply into rhythm, I think you should study with a drum teacher and check out drummers. So a couple more topics. I'm doing a short live lesson today, but one thing I like to do is so this metronome. You should practice in odd meters, which I need to practice more in too. I mean, we shouldn't get to odd meters too much today, but so this metronome, I don't know if you can see this, but it can go into 3, 8, 6, 8, 9, 8, 12, 8, 5, 8, 3 plus 2, or 5, 8, 2 plus 3. I mean, all kinds of stuff. 4, 4, 7, 4, 11, 11, 2. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. But another thing you should practice when you're playing jazz is actually just play on one, like half notes. Let me show you. So I have to turn my phone down because I'm just trying to see who's texting me, just in case there's a problem going live with people here. I had that problem before. Yeah, so hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. So, for example, everybody, look at this. So if I'm playing, I like to change my metronome to 1/4. So it's just one click. This is the first thing I like to do is just practice with my metronome. Just click, click. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I like to practice with my metronome on 2 and 4 when I'm doing jazz, particularly. So when I'm counting, this is another way to practice with the metronome too, just so you know. So when I'm counting, I like to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There might be a latency. My hand looks slower. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So that's a very common thing to do with jazz with the metronome is practice on 2 and 4. So I'll practice the same way like I do with my other stuff rhythmically. I'll go 1, 2, 1, 2, Aerogen. See, I'm playing it. Now, so I'm playing like a bass line. Now, the reason why I do 2 and 4, if there's any questions, please send them to me. Let me just see if someone else sent me a question real quick. No, Reggie just sent one question. So look at this. So if I'm playing, when you're playing in a jazz band, the 2 and 4 is really important because the hi hat does this and the drummer does, the hi hat. The drummer plays a hi hat like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they hit the 2 and 4 just like that. Okay, and the bass player emphasizes that too. He'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I'm kind of exaggerating. So you hear the 2 and 4 are really emphasized. So that's a very common way to practice with your metronome is to emphasize 2 and 4. So let me put that on for a second so you get an idea. 1, 2, or 1. So and you notice people will go like this: 1, 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're saying the 2 and 4 like this: 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. So you know what I'm doing too? I'm trying to think in my head when I'm doing the bass. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, so I can lock in better with the metronome. So if you start thinking like that, but you also there's a lot of things to think about. So I'm trying to think of the notes and the bass line. So I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2. Oh, so I'm going. I saw I messed up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 2, 3 and 4 and 1. 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So you notice too, we talked about the rhythms like 1, 1 and 2. What I'm doing too, I'm making these into swing eighth notes. I forgot to talk about that. So there's straight eighth notes and there's swing eighth notes. Also, there's swing 16th notes and straight 16th notes. So you can go like this with the eighth note, like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So I'm doing swing 8th notes right now: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and so that comes from the triplet actually. That we mentioned earlier. Sean mentioned like the triplet, or you can go 1 and 2 and 3 and but now you're taking the 1 and or trip and putting it into one note and go triplet, triplet, triplet. You're holding the note over. So if I'm playing straight eighth notes, it would sound like this. Here's the difference: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. It's the same tempo. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Those are swing eighth notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now I'm going to do straight. Okay, someone has a question. For newer musicians, what do you advise for someone just starting to play with others? in terms of concentrating on downbeats with other instruments playing right next to you? Oh, that's a good question. So when I'm in a band, it's really, really important to lock in with everybody in the band. So the best way to lock in with other band members is to actually listen to them more than yourself. I tell my students all this time, tell this to them all the time. You have to be able to lock in to other musicians. So when I'm actually playing, let's say I'm playing with the bass player and he's going, and I'm playing the chords. So what I'll do is I'll listen to his bass line to make sure my chord fits right in there. So kind of like me copying myself and playing the bass line, I try to fit my chords right where he's playing the bass line. Okay, also, I listen to the drummer. Oh, I gotta learn that song, Ymir. I gotta learn a million songs actually. But well, anyway, Ymir said that sounds like Jen. I gotta learn that one. Jen Krishna. Who's that by? Send me that, Ymir. Send me who the composer for that is. I'm gonna take a screenshot of the live lesson at the end. But yeah, so when you're playing in a band, I learned this from Rufus Reed, the bass player who lives right here in Joe Henderson. Thank you. And when I say Rufus Reed, he told me that's one of his things that he teaches. Like, when you're a band, you got to think of it like a pie. I'm hungry now. I want pie. I'm just kidding. So let's say you're playing in a band. You're in a pie. You have the piano, bass, drums, and guitar. So you got to think of yourself as one quarter of that pie in a four-piece band, and your focus. You're a part of that pie, but your focus is around the whole band, actually. So when I'm in a band, I listen to everybody else more than myself, actually. Because what happens is when you listen to yourself, you actually lock in better. In many ways, not only with timing, but with like harmony, caller response, everything that has to do with playing in a band. So I'm doing everything in that fashion when I'm actually doing when I'm in a band. So that's how you lock your groove in. And that's part of timing too. Like when someone's playing an off rhythm in the band and you're playing on the beat, it's better you follow them. And so you're playing with them in time as well. So it's very important. So remember, so we were talking about, I have a few more things before I finish up here, but look. So for example, when I'm doing 16th notes too, let me make this into a straight 4/4. So if I'm doing 16 notes, so what I'm doing is I'm doing straight 16 notes right now. So I'll count in my head to 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E. This is kind of fast, 70, 1 E and 2 E, especially be counting out loud. 1 E and 2 E and. So those are straight 16 notes. But what I like to do, in a lot of funk and rap music, they do swing 60 notes. So it's like this. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1. Hear the difference? Straight. So they're like 8 notes, swing 8 notes, but put into 16 note context. So rap is a lot of swing 16 to 8 notes, actually. Let me put that slow. Oh, that's too slow. So I'll do that song 8 Mile. Like this. So what I'm doing is I'll swing at those notes, B flat, G. I'm hitting a D drum. So what I'm doing is I'm doing swing 16 notes there. That's a great example. So a lot of rap and pop, a lot of rap music is actually from jazz. The swing aspect of it, even the rapping and the syllables they use is like scatting in jazz. Now, if you hear a rap guy go, it sounds terrible because there's no groove to it. If you play it straight, so this one interesting thing that I'm learning about. I need to work more myself on polyrhythms, like 3/4. But we're gonna get into that in a different lesson. But so I just gave you guys a few different ways to practice with the metronome. About rhythm and timing, etc., like that. So please watch the video. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Great point. Rap derived from bebop. It is. I mean, I've heard that for years, and it is derived from bebop. Rap is derived from bebop and the swing, etc. Okay. If the rap swing, the six swing, 16 notes, is from jazz. Actually, everything's from jazz and blues in America. So even rock. So this is a basic thing about rhythm, a basic live lesson about rhythm. So come back and watch this. Also, I want to let you know, whoever's watching, I'm doing a live workshop on Lively next Sunday, 2 p.m. It's jazz improv workshop. So we're gonna, and this time, because in these live lessons you can't really like interact with anybody. You're just kind of like talking into the camera here, and so I'm doing a Lively lesson. I'm gonna put that. It's called lively.com. What I'll do is I'm gonna give you the link right now to watch. I'll put it on my Patreon too. But if you want to attend my Lively workshop, I'm gonna put the link right here. That's next week, next Sunday at 2 p.m. Okay, I have a bunch of people signed up already. Another person just signed up today, and I work for this organization called Lively, and they present like live workshops. No, I present lessons through them, private and workshops. But they also have yogis, cooks, a lot of people from well-known rock, funk, and R&B bands, jam bands, all kinds of stuff. And tomorrow night, my Sunday evening jazz show, I'm gonna have Mark Brownstein from the Disco Biscuits band. This band tours around. They do they do a lot of theaters and stuff, all over the country. They're pretty known. They do big festivals. And he's the guy that actually runs the program. So he's gonna be on my show talking about it and talk about me as a teacher. And he loves my stuff, and so he has me on this. He's as a teacher there too. So I'm happy to be there. One of the only few jazz guys in the website called Lively. So if you could join my workshop, that would be great. You, my friends from here on Patreon, and there's going to be a live playback on this. You can watch the link after this and watch it, and then I'm going to make this public in a few weeks. Okay. But thanks for watching. So this is just a basic introduction to rhythm on the guitar and in rhythm in general that you should be practicing on any instrument. Okay. And I'll see you guys very soon. It's Ron Jackson on Patreon. I'm on all these websites. And I appreciate you guys watching. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? If you have any questions, just send me a message on Patreon, or at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon for another live lesson next month on the second Saturday. And have a great weekend, okay? And I'll see you on social media or on Patreon. Otherwise, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Ron Jackson. I don't know what's happening with my link. It's not working, and it looks correct. So I'm actually going live public now. So sorry about that, guys. It was kind of weird. I went live, for my unlisted account on Patreon, and what happened was no one was seeing me, but it was the correct link. I could see it was the correct link, but no one could get on. So Hey, Amir, Umir. Sorry, I always say your name incorrectly. I'm sorry about that, Umir. I just so it's such a bad habit. But my great student Umir is going to be is on the show, and I'm going to actually just take questions for people today uh, about anything, any kind of subject on the guitar. I'm going to start off with playing a tune. Just so you know, guys, um, some of my other students that are that are supposed to be tuned in, I sent an email to. I need to send them. I just need to send them. I don't know if I can even do that now. Uh, the correct link, but if they just go to my YouTube channel, they'll see I'm live. Okay, and you guys can ask any question. Okay, good, Dionysos, Nisios. Where do you live, Dionysios? Uh, in Greece or in America? I have no idea. But let me start by playing a song that I was trying to play earlier. Solo guitar. It's called Del Sasser. And then you can ask me questions about anything you want today. Let me do it on my 7th stream. Okay, cool. Hey, guys, this is a public Patreon live event just because I couldn't figure out how to why my link wasn't working to do this unlisted lesson today. But so everybody, this is a public lesson, and my goal today is just to take any questions that you have. Yeah, so you know what, that Count Basie ending, Umir, is actually not correct. I heard the correct ending is this one. Like, let me see. So if I'm in the key of F, it would be like this. So that's the correct ending for the Count Basie ending. Okay. So it's like and you gotta play this note. You gotta play this note. You gotta play those notes there. Keep the six down there. So that's the correct Count Basie ending, okay? So that last song was called Del Sasser by Sam Jones. I've never really played it as a solo guitar piece. It's kind of like a big band song, okay? And if you look at the music, you know, it's not that easy. This is actually backwards, guys. But that's what Del Sasser looks like. And you know, that's it's a great song. So I was just kind of do solo guitar with that. It's kind of it's not a complicated arrangement if you're playing in a band by yourself. It is. So I'm planning to do that on my show tomorrow night on Sunday Evening Jazz, and do it solo guitar like that because it's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Now, does anybody have any questions so far? Because this is about yes, I'm taking questions today. Yes. So I'm taking questions. I'm gonna make that taking questions. Any question you want. You know, so I'm going to put that in the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please let me know about picking, soloing, practicing, anything you want. Okay. And this was supposed to be a Patreon sponsored live event. You know, only for unlisted. So so Emir, I think that's how you say it. Emery, sorry. Demixi, okay, has a question about tritone substitutions. So you know what? I actually have a long YouTube video about that already posted, but I could talk to you about that now if you want. Let me fill this out first. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put my Patreon link so you guys have that. Is that correct? Okay. So that's my Patreon link, guys, for this this live event. So tritone substitution is basically the tritone is actually taking the octave and dividing it in half. So let's say I'm playing a C major scale. I'm gonna take my other guitar so you guys can see better because this is a 7-string. Some people can't see this guitar too easily. So let me get my 6-string Eastman out here. Okay. Make sure I'm in tune. So the tritone is actually, if I'm playing a C major scale, okay, I'm gonna go to the F sharp and divide the octave into exactly a sharp 4 or flat 5. So that's a tritone. C to F sharp, okay? Then C to F sharp, etc. Okay. Now, what's unique about that is, let's say I'm playing in the key of C. Okay, the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now, the 5/7 chord of this key of C is the G7. That's 8 notes away. I mean, 5 notes away from the C, sorry. Okay, so that note is a 5 away. And now, if you play the G7 chord, okay, you get the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, okay? Now, the 3 and 7 are the actually the tritone in that chord, okay? We call that the tritone because that's actually a flat 5 away from this note. It cuts the octave exactly in half. So that's our tritone, okay? Just so you know. So the tritone is the F and the B, okay, on the G7 chord. Now, when we resolve that, those two notes resolve to the C chord. Now, dominant 7th chords are really strong. They resolve to the next chord usually, like this. F to E and B to C. Now, that's a really strong cadence, okay? Now, the reason why it's called tritone substitution, because I'm using a bass note here of a G and ending on C. Now, that tritone is what we call the flat 7 and the 3, okay? And that is also common with the D flat 7 chord. This is that note. Now, in the D flat 7 chord, that the F becomes, which is the flat 7 on the C, okay? That becomes the third instead of the flat 7 on the G. So that's a third of D flat, and the B is actually the C flat in the D flat 7 chord. Okay, that's the flat 7 of the D flat 7 chord. So it's actually the same exact notes. Okay, so G and D flat have the same tritone. So when you do a substitution, you're actually substituting the bass, which is G to D flat, and you're resolving. You see that? Okay, see that? So that's a tritone substitution. You can play that anywhere. I would end it like this. So I did a G7 like this and ended on the F chord. I mean, I did a G7 to C, sorry, or D flat 7, which is a tritone substitution. So you can do that in any key. So the key of F would be C7 to F. So I could do C7, G flat, same chord, same tritone. Okay, so the guitar sounds very distorted. Oh, maybe it's too loud. Sorry about that, Tony. Let me turn it down a little bit. How about now? I'm gonna play softer. Sorry. Is that better? So now I'm actually doing the tritone substitution like that. So that's a very common progression. And just so you know, when you're doing tritone substitution, you can use different scales. So if I'm playing a G7 like this, let me get a different kind of pick here, a lighter pick too for this guitar. So the scale you would use on let's say you're doing a C7 to F, C7 to C, G7 to C, like that. So the scale you would use on this G7 is a mixed Lydian or dominant scale. Now, when you get to if you do the tritone substitution, you would have to use a different scale. You have to use a Lydian dominant or a dominant 7 with a raised 4. So this is a D flat 7 scale with a raised 4. So actually the chord tones are 1, 2, 3, sharp 4 or flat 5, 5, 6, flat 7 to 1. You have to change the scale to play the Lydian. To play the tritone substitution, the chord that you're playing on. And that's based on the melodic minor scale. This is a lot of stuff to learn. in like a few minutes, but it's very common, this kind of stuff. Yeah, so yeah, sorry, I have a new camera, and the mic is probably stronger, so my guitar might be a little distorted. So I'll turn down a little bit. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome, Emery. How would you implement triads and arpeggios in a song like Autumn Leaves? Oh, that's funny. I'm working on that with my student right now. Who's I don't know if he's watching, but I'm actually I hope he's watching. One of my students is going to watch right now. Let me just check one thing. I got a text because I had a problem trying to get online. Anyway, there's something weird with YouTube because someone just sent me a text saying that I streamed 1 day ago, but I haven't streamed a day ago. So this is kind of weird. Anyway, so hopefully people are watching. Oh, there's Sean. Great. Hey, Sean, my student's here. So I want to ask a question about how do you do arpeggios in a song like in Autumn Leaves? That's Dionysios. Okay. No. You're talking about chords, Dionysios, or arpeggios, literally arpeggios. So let's think about that for a second. So I'm working on a song right now with my student Sean, who's up here listening, watching right now. You could do an arpeggio like this. Now, if I'm playing a song like Autumn Leaves, and I'll play the melody. See? So when I'm doing these arpeggios, yes. So you're talking about solos, okay, or chords. Now arpeggios, I'm going to do. If I do an arpeggio working on the song, I would go like this. You could go like this. You could first do the triad, which is. Now I'm doing this in low register, but you should have to be able to play that everywhere. The D7. These are just triads, everybody. So that's 3 notes only. Going through the chord changes, you see. Every possible. So I'm only doing triads right now. Every possible way. You can play through the changes just like that, okay? And then, play triads first, then arpeggios. So triads and arpeggios are basically the same thing, but depends how you play them, okay? A triad can be played like this or like this. So you could do the triad and then the arpeggio. Now that's a really simplified version because in Autumn Leaves, actually, the chords are 7th chords, so you have longer chords. So I'm going. So you can do 7th chords. I mean, it's hard to do it on guitar like this, to play them like straight like this. So you have to use closed voicings. No, these are really simple voicings I'm playing right now. But if I'm soloing, you can use triads or you can use 7th chords. You can go through the whole song like this. Now, when you're practicing these kind of exercises, everybody, you need to be able to play these fingerings different ways. So here's like an A minor 7 arpeggio. I'm playing Autumn Leaves in the key of E minor. So the first chord is A minor 7 to D7 to G major 7 to C major 7, etc. So the first chord is A minor 7. So you should be able to do the arpeggio like this. Okay, that's one way. I can play it like this too. In the same octave. See how many ways I play that? Because that's how you really learn how to play the guitar neck, all over the guitar neck. You do it on 1 string. So, see how many ways I played that? You can even play it on the same string. That's how you really learn your guitar neck. And then I would transpose it up an octave. Well, I'll do it here. See how many ways I just played that? And someone said, Mr. Jackson, play some giant steps for us. You guys are funny. I'll tell you a story. I was taking a workshop with the great Joe Pass years ago when I was in college. And there were like 100 guitar players in the room. And you know what people were saying to him? They were saying, Mr. Mr. Pass, could you play giant steps? And like Mr. Joe Pass said, you know what? I'm not here to prove anything. I was just laughing my butt off. That was pretty funny, man. Oh, yeah. So Dionysios. Oh, yeah, so you're in a different key than me. So he's doing Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So that's the key of G minor. So you just do the same key. You have to do this in every key. So this is Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So in a different key. So if you know a song really well, everybody, you have to be able to transpose the song, on the fly. That means like just this key. So I was doing E minor, but now I had to go to G minor because that's the key Dionysios does it in. So if you do the arpeggios, Dionysios, you have to do it in this key too. And then as everywhere. So I just basically played the arpeggios through that song, okay? And hey, David from Montreal, how you doing? So that's how you actually play through changes. I'm taking questions today in my workshop. It's public because somehow my private link couldn't work for my special guests. So sorry about that, guys. Now, Adam, someone asked me to play some giant steps for us. Let me play a little bit. So you can do that way. So that's a little giant steps for you. Okay. So Adam, how would you turn these triads into phrases that you would typically hear when improvising? So, okay, that's a good question. So let's say I'm playing through Autumn Leaves, everybody. Or giant steps. I'm just kidding. So I would actually do this. I would actually, you got to have to learn how to play different devices in jazz. So one thing I would do, if I'm doing an arpeggio, let's say I'm going C minor to F7 to B flat major 7 in Autumn Leaves. I would actually do things, I would do more than just the arpeggio. I could actually do half steps. Well, now what happens is, I'm playing real simple right now, but I would actually start doing passing tones and approach notes like this. I did an approach note. So I'm actually playing a half step below. But it still sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So what we have to learn with jazz, you have to start learning jazz lines. So, I mean, I can't just play like a half step below or just an arpeggio. I would go like something like this. So what I'm doing is actually, I'm doing a bunch of different things. Like I'll play the note up in thirds or something, or maybe do a passing tone, which is really important in jazz. So I'm passing. I'll be playing between the whole sets. See, now I'm starting to use really jazz phrasing. What I'm doing is I'm actually combining the arpeggios with passing tones, um, thirds, all kinds of different techniques. But I learned all this from learning solos and playing many gigs and using trial and error. So trial and error is basically you're experimenting with different different techniques that you learn from playing on gigs. So I mean, I'll try different scales. I mean, there's so many things you can actually do with jazz, but I use passing tones instead. So if I'm playing on C minor, I can use a Dorian scale, and I have lines that I have worked out too. That means these are lines that I practiced for years and years and years, and I play them. Now, those are things I kind of know from playing for a long time that I know work. So I'm just doing an arpeggio. This is actually a type of 2-5 lick we call it. So this is a 2-5 progression, C minor 7 to F7. So I'm actually doing, there's a lot of these licks called a 2-5 lick. You probably heard of it. I'll go. So this is like a type of 2-5 lick that I have worked out in my solo. And I can play it slow. Or I can go. So I'll play it fast. You have to have it worked out at different tempos. You could throw them all in, actually, and just fit them in. I mean, it's just a lot of practice and trial and error. So that's how I approach different arpeggios. Let me see what some of these questions are. There's a lot of questions coming up here. Oh, Ellen's watching. Hey, Ellen. And Alon from Amsalah, Israel. Hi from Israel. Okay, let me see. So let me ask you some questions. So I answered Adam's question. Burke, Mr. Jackson, I have one small question. How can I improve my transcribing by ear? Where should I start? Okay, Barak, Bayaki. You guys have some really difficult names today. What is this? So when you're transcribing, what you do, for a person, first pick a song that, that might have some music so you can figure out at least what the chords are. But if you don't have any chords, you have to, one of the best things to do is actually try to find the note, find the key that you're playing in. Now, if you're doing it by ear, I'm using my computer, unfortunately, today, but I would try to show you. Let me get my phone here. Let me get my phone. Let's say I pick a song, any song, like off. Let me just pick any random song right now, guys, and live from you. That let's pick up a pop song. Now you could be a jazz song too. Let's say you're trying to transcribe something like a solo. So let me go to YouTube right now and pick let me see. Let me pick John Coltrane or somebody. I don't know. John Coltrane. So I'm going to try to show you how I start transcribing by using my guitar. So John Coltrane, I'll just pick one solo from him, something like anything. I don't want to pick something too easy. None of his stuff is easy, but let's say I pick a song. So I try to find the key I'm in first. You got to do that. You got to find the right note. Okay, so they're playing. Let's pick like John Coltrane, something else, like a song list here. Blue Train. So this is a typical jazz song. So let's say. So he starts his solo off. So I know this is a blues in B flat. So it's in B flat, E flat. So you got to find the right key. So when he starts taking a solo, you got to find the right note that he's playing at the very beginning. Okay, and So that's taking off music. Let me see if I can start at the beginning of this. Okay. So he doesn't look good. So there's a lot of licks I know from hearing them. So that lick he just played right now. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. I know it's an E flat 7 chord, so I know what scale he's playing. So that note, so I know that's a second. So you have to know your intervals as well. You know, I mean, I'm trying to cram this into like a few minutes, but this is like a lot of practice actually, learning how to transcribe. So you got to be able to hear intervals and be able to find them on your instrument if you don't have perfect pitch. And then the whole different story is to be able to write this down. See, I know how to write these things down too. I used to transcribe a lot when I was at Berkeley. So he starts off with like the second of the chord. And you can hear him play that note right now. Let me play it. Do da do do do. You try to sing back. He just did that in his solo, John Coltrane. And you have to pick out every note and try to find them on your instrument and make sure you're in tune and try to find chords, you know, songs with the chords you already know. So at least you know how to find, you know, you could try to find the scale and the key you're in. Now, and just takes a lot of practice and trial and error. Now, none of this stuff is easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of hours of practice, and I need to do this stuff still too and practice. So transcribing is a whole world. So you could either write it down or play it back like Wes Montgomery did all of Charlie Christian solos, and Pat Metheny did of all Wes Montgomery solos when he was a kid. So I heard, and so you could actually do that yourself, you know, but you have to, it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now let me see here. Let me keep going here. Have you ever heard of Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I don't know these guys, sorry. One former member sang at my wedding. Okay, great. I don't know these guys, David. Where are you from, bro? I'm a lefty player. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not a lefty player, just so you know. I think that YouTube is transmitting me the other way. It should be. I'm a righty, so this is wrong here. So, so just in case you guys, you know, are kind of confused about this, I'm a righty. Okay, so I'm in New York. Okay, so David, just so you know. So let me go down to these questions here. I've been to Montreal, but I've never played at the festival though. I've played up there before, but not at a festival. I played up there with Jay's Blood Ulmer and some other people. I can play rock and some blues. I'm trying to learn some jazz. Cool. You're welcome, Adam. So my last name means a person with a huge beard. Okay. Yeah. Also, Adam asked me if you're transcribing, is slowing down cheating? No. Because if you know what's really interesting is it's hard to hear the notes when it's going by fast. So it's okay to slow it down. Actually, at the time when I was trying to learn how to transcribe, you couldn't do that. When you slowed it down, everything slowed down, at the pitch, everything. But now with digital technology, you can actually slow things down and not even notice that, you know, not even change the pitch. So let me get some water here. So that's a great question. You can do that. Now, hey, Ron, what's your best tip to be able to play? This is from Bert Clifton. What's the best tip to be able to play an interesting improvisation with major modes and not just make it sound like it's up and down the scale? Okay, yeah. So what I was explaining before, let's say let's go to a different key. Let's go to A flat. So if I'm playing an A flat major scale, let's say, because there's 6-7 modes in the major scale. Let's just say you're playing just a major scale. You can do different things. You can run up the scale in seconds. That's just one note at a time. Then you can do thirds. Then you can do thirds as arpeggios. And backwards. then you can do sevens. That's 4 notes in thirds. Now, you can do this in any mode. And then you could do, there's all kinds of things you could do. You can start using approach notes. Now, I have a bunch of videos on YouTube here with all these different techniques, and one thing you could actually do is you can play approach notes. And approach notes, basically, you approach a chord tone with a note, like half step below, or half step above, or 2 steps from below, or 2 steps from above. So if I want to play a half step sequence, I can go up the scale like this. And I'm starting with the first note only, and I'm doing thirds instead. Now I'm just going up, just 1 note. I could do 2 notes. I mean, you could do so many different things with your imagination too. You just don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You can do the half steps and make up your own half steps. You can go backwards. I could do triads and do that. Now, I mean, we talked about running up and down the scale. Also, you can use fourths, fifths, sixths, sevenths, etc. Go up and down the neck, every key, every possible fingering. Also, what we start using in jazz is a lot of what we call bebop scales. So we use passing tones between the whole sets. Remember the major scale? Let's go to the key of F now. If I played it on 1 string, between this note and this note is it's actually a note in between. So we could do passing tones in between. Now the half step, then whole step, whole step. So I'm doing passing tones in between. So when I'm taking solos, I use those scales a lot. I'll go like. And I'm using passing tones and half steps and approach notes, okay? So there's so many techniques you can use to actually not just run your scales up and down. Okay, someone's saying, nice guitar. Yeah, this is actually Eastman TV T49D/V amber guitar that I got from Eastman directly. Now, if you're interested in these kind of guitars, you can actually go to my, I actually have a store on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, and you can check out my guitars on the store there. Where is that? I can't find the sheet right now. Oh, it's this one. You can go to my Amazon store and check out my guitars there. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And check out my store. And I have a bunch of guitars. There's Eastman guitars, all kinds of stuff. I have to update the store, actually. And so let me see this. Let me see this on the question. I'm taking questions today, guys, everybody, and let me know. Yeah, I'm in New York City. It's not cherry red, guys. It's like this is similar to an ES-175, a Gibson. Okay, just so you guys know. Let me see. Any other questions that you want to? Maurice Williams wrote "Little Darling." Oh wow, okay, cool. Okay, so Dionysios asks, can you explain the 2/5 and what the meaning behind it? Okay, so the 2/5. So let's say you're in the key of G this time. So the 1 chord, or the 1 chord in this case is a 1 major 7, a G major 7. Then the 6 is E minor 7, and the 2 is A minor 7 to the 5/7. In this case, so it's A minor 7 to D7. Okay. So this is called the 2/5 right here, because that's the in the scale. It's the second degree. So it's 1, 2, A minor in this key. 3, 4, 5 is the D7. So 2/5s are very common chords because they resolve they can resolve back to the 1, or they can just stay there. So what we do is we usually do these 2-5 phrases. So they can be arpeggios that do the chord like this: A minor arpeggio, A minor 7 arpeggio, to D7 arpeggio. And now if I'm going 2-5 and it goes back to 1, I'd have to resolve that lick. So that's called a 2-5 lick. So that's a lick that you would use on these kind of progressions like this. This is a really basic lick too. I'm only playing like arpeggios. And you know, and they go every 2 beats. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3. Now that's a great lick. If you don't know how to play over that chord progression, you could just play that everywhere. Every fingering. So I'm just experimenting how to play that lick. So that's called a 2-5 lick, and that's a very common phrase to see in jazz, to play in jazz. So when I'm playing, I'll go like everywhere. I have a bunch of these 2-5 licks. Oh, this one. See, I just did a bunch of the 2-5 licks. Now, 2-5 licks are very important because if you're playing through a song, the song will have a lot of 2-5 chord progressions in them. You know, let's say this. I mean, you know, like I Got Rhythm has a lot of 2-5s. So I'm doing D minor 7, D minor 7, G7, C minor 7. So I'll just run a lick like that, like this. Etc. You know, it's just a really easy lick to get through the changes, and that's used on a 2-5 progression. So I'll mix those licks up like this. So I'm just doing a bunch of 2-5 licks through that quick progression like this. So that's what the 2-5 is. So, okay, any other questions, people? Let me see. I see some more lessons. I see some more questions. Oh, so someone's asking about 7-string comping. Can you play Take 5? Okay, there's a few questions here. Similar guitar to a Gretsch. Yeah, so let me take a little sip of my coffee. So, what gauge strings do I use? So this is actually, this guitar, you know, can't really take heavy strings. So I have 12s on here, you know. It depends on the guitar. I have my 7-string. I have, just so you guys are always scared when I say this, I have 14s on top. I call that the man string. So these are 14. So when I play that guitar, I use a thinner pick. On this one, I use a heavy pick because the strings are heavier. So these are 14 on top and 79 for the 7-string. Okay. And I can bend these. So I can bend these strings too, actually. So, you know, I'm actually used to playing heavier strings than lighter ones. The lighter ones are too light to me. And my action has to be a little bit higher because, you know, guitars aren't meant to be played with low action, actually, and really thin strings. You're supposed to have heavier strings. One of my guitar teachers, one of my mentors, you know, who passed away about 10 years ago, named Alvin Sparks, he suggested that I switch from 13s to 14s, you know, and people like George Benson use those kind of heavier strings, you know. You don't, because when you play thinner strings, you sacrifice sound. Okay, so it's important to be able to do that. To be able to switch between those kinds of sounds. So let me go to the next one. Play take 5. Oh yeah. Okay, I haven't played that in a long time. Now, the sound of this neck pickup is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh yeah, these are Seymour Duncan pickups. I actually have an endorsement with Seymour Duncan. So this is a Benedetto 7-string pickup that's made by Seymour Duncan, and these come stock on here. But I actually have a Seymour Duncan endorsement, and I have a ton of their pickups on all my guitars. So this is a great sounding pickup. These cost about $200, I think, and these probably 150. I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay for them, but they're great pickups. Okay. Oh, now someone has questions about finger picking. Oh, 7-string comping. Before I forget, Adam asked about any 7-string comping. Are there any shell voicings you would like to use? So, Adam, the best thing to do is if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm gonna write this in right now. It's on my page here. I have like a couple lessons that cost $2, etc. That have that have typical voicings. But when you're doing 7-string, I'm using a low A, so because that's the way George Van Epps and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. That's how George Van Epps tuned his guitar. So I have some exercises that cost a couple dollars on my website that are downloadable printables, and all the basic open string chords like this, like a C with a low C, A minor. Now when you're using a 7-string, I like to make sure I use the 7-string as much as I can in the voicing. I'll go like this. So that's a common voicing for a C bar chord, 3rd fret. A form, it's a cage system like this. C minor, major 7s, minor 7, minor 6, minor 7 flat 5s, diminished. See that? So these are very common chords like that with the 7-string, and you can use them as bass notes too. Like, let's say I'm playing a C F chord, and I want to play like a low note, I could do little things like that. Put the inversions on the 7-string. So I have a bunch of those exercises and comping things on my website if you want to learn more about that. Okay, on the 7-string. If you want to study with me too as well. Now finger picking. Finger picking is really good. Let's say, I just released a video last night, a live video about finger, picking styles. So I use a bunch of picking styles. I use alternate picking, so which is down and up, and I use a George Benson picking technique where I'm kind of slightly turning my wrist up this way. Okay, so you can pick the string straight like this, or slightly up like this at an angle, or this angle, more like Pat Metheny does and some other people I know. So I go like this, okay, and I pick up the up angle. Okay, now I like to use hybrid picking, which is I use my pick and my fingers, so especially when I'm comping or doing some kind of like bossa nova rhythm. Or when I'm walking a bass line. So, and I'm also doing tapping with my fingers. do fingerstyle, one good way to learn fingerstyle guitar playing is study classical. I used to study classical guitar. You know, little exercises. I'm using my 7th string right now. Now, when I do fingerstyle, there's all kinds of exercises in these classical books. Different. I mean, so you have to practice these exercises and then learn them how to use them in songs. There's tons of ways to actually fingerstyle guitar pick, and that's just classical. And you could do like little, you know, more like Chet Atkins kind of stuff like I do. So that's more fingerstyle playing. Like there's a Travis picking style and all that kind of stuff that I need to be more familiar with myself. I need to practice. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do with finger picking. And you can do, if you're doing classical, you use your nails. So that's a whole different world too. And flamenco and all that other stuff. One of my good friends who's a great flamenco guitar player, he super glues his fingernails so they don't break and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a whole different world that I don't want to get into because too much effort to keep your nails up. Let me see some other questions here. Have you ever played any metal music? I played a little bit of metal music, and I love that stuff actually. But I've never really tried to use it. You know, I like the progressive rock guys like Toshi Nabatsu. He's a bad dude. Now, I'm trying to get people to play 7-string. So if you want to learn about 7-string, you know, let me know. Also, if you want to get the chords, someone's reminding me about something here. Let me get this book. I have this book right here that I saw on my website that is through my Acoustic Guitar magazine. You know, I write for them, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all Hal Leonard. And you can pick up that book on my website at www.ronjacksonmusic. I'll send you an autographed copy. All kinds of stuff about chords, about bass lines that I did in here. There's some great writers in here too that did the book with me. You know that are in there too. You know, like Adam Levy and Sean McGowan. It's a really great book, and it comes with audio and everything, and you can learn how to play all kinds of bass lines and chords and stuff. You know. Now let me see. The man string. Yep. Yeah, the man string, guys. Oh, someone's asking me, well, biryani from Pakistan. Yes. Biryani. Now let me see. Someone just asked me, D Nessus said, have you played 13? I used to play 13s. I actually have a pack here. So the strings I use right now are these, guys. These are jazz tapes. You see they're 13, and they're 14 to 79 for my guitar, for my 7-string. Then when I deal with Elixir, and Elixir, these are the 7-string light. These are 10s. I use them on my solid body 7-string PRS. I have the 11s actually too, and I have these other strings too. Let me see. I use the George Benson ones from Tomastic. I have a deal with these guys too. I have an endorsement with Tomastic, and they give me the George Benson ones. Now the George Benson strings are great. These are flat wounds. These are 14 on top. The man string. and these are pretty thick strings, but this is what George uses. You know, that's why he has that great sound. He has those nice thick strings. You know, and so these are 14 to 55 flat wounds. Nickel flat wound, it says. They're great strings, you know, but I use them on, that's just for my 6-string guitar. But I don't have a big 6-string box like I used to. I used to have a big Gibson L5, but I don't have one now. I sold it. But I use primarily a 7th string like this. So so those are the strings I use. Let me see. Now, let me see. There's some other questions here. Let me keep going down here. You're welcome. You're welcome, Alon. For that's what this is workshops about. You know, if you really enjoy what I'm doing, please definitely let me show you a couple of my signs here before I finish. This is a Patreon only workshop, and let me show you my little sign here. Yeah, so this is sponsored by my Patreon account. If you like this, please definitely join my Patreon account, which is at www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic, and you get lessons like that. For this, for $3 a month, you get like one lesson, and for $9, you get like 3 or 4 lessons a month for free, and you get the workshops and stuff like that, and all kinds of other cool things. And here's the thing: if you some of the stuff I talk about, the picking exercises, chords, all of that's on my website, and it's sold on as sheet music for a couple of dollars. If you want to pick up those things, it's all on here on the link. I'm going to put that at the end. Okay. Now, polishing strings. So someone's asking me, play some nice old American blues for us. Okay, someone asked me to play some nice old American blues. Let me see. Let me try something. Oh, too many jazz licks. So let's a little bit of blues. Now, so some arpeggios with sweeping licks. Oh, sure. So you could do things like this. You could do things like that. Sweeping arpeggio licks like this. Or the. So I'm doing a half step below these arpeggios. Someone was asking about doing sweeping arpeggios with approach notes. With an approach note below, you can go like this. I'll take like a B minor arpeggio and go down the scale in the key of let's do the key of D. Change the keys up. So I can go like this. G. I'll go from the G down the scale like this. I can go like this. So I'm going half step below. So I gotta do it slow. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to play in the same string and go up and down the neck. Now you can try to go across too, like this. So I'm doing half step. So I'm going sweeping up and sweeping back down. Etc. So that's the type of sweeping lick you could do. What do you think of John Mayer? My first chord I learned by watching was E minor, A minor, G. Played it for 3 hours. Okay, that's great to know. So, everybody, I was answering a lot of questions here. So just so you know, thank you for watching. This was actually a Patreon only video that was supposed to be for only my patrons. But someone's asking about what in the wee small hour morning, John Mayer, Dave Letterman, most underrated performance. Oh, okay, that's great to know, Durya. So can you do some Chuck Berry things? Oh yeah, of course I can. I used to play Chuck Berry. Let me see. So yes, I can play some Chuck Berry. Yeah, I can play a lot of stuff, but I just play mostly. When I get paid to do other stuff, I'll play it. But most of the stuff I do my jazz stuff. And if you guys are enjoying this, please definitely follow me everywhere. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, um, Twitter. I mean, I'm everywhere. Facebook. It's Ron Jackson Music is my tag. Please play some John Mayer if you know. I don't know any John Mayer tunes, unfortunately. Sorry. I should learn his stuff. I love John Mayer. Wes Montgomery thing to give us a kick. Oh, Wes Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, guys. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the show, I mean, I'll have this on my YouTube. But if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. To my PayPal, Ron Jackson Music. If you want to give a small donation for what you saw today, at Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and Zelle is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So if you're enjoying this and you learn a lot of cool tips, please send a donation. Thank you. And I'll put that in my comments after. So let me see. Oh, you're making a Patreon. That's great. Great. It's a great thing. I'm getting a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys watching. And so I'm going to put this on my comments right now. And then I'm going to play you one more song, guys. It's we're going to play a little Wes Montgomery. I got to go and eat lunch now. So I'm going to send you this little comment here. So my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is Ron Jackson Music, so you have that. So let me play you a little bit of Wes Montgomery. Someone wanted to play something like that. Let me try it on my 7th string. This should be interesting. 7th string. Okay. So everybody, thank you very much for watching. So that was my Patreon only live lesson that I had to make public because we had a problem with the link. So thank you for watching. thank you, Deborah, for sending something on PayPal. At Ron Jackson Music, and remember to please follow me if you want to donate or anything, or join my Patreon or pick up my books. My latest album is right here. I'm about to record another album soon, and you can pick that up on my website too, Ron Jackson Music at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And this is a great record. Had great reviews on Downbeat, and I had I was featured in Jazz Times with this album, Standards and Other Songs. I'm going to be doing another album very soon. And, so please follow me. Everything is on my website. If you want to get sheet music or if you want to study with me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and let's keep in touch. And you can watch this live stream after it's going to be replaying. And and someone said play some fast arpeggios. Let me see. I'll play some fast arpeggios real quick on the 7th string. Oh, let me see. Watch this. No, a fast arpeggio. I'll do this. I'll do a sweep picking thing. Hold on, real quick. I got to eat too. Let me see. So a real fast one I could do is like this one. Okay, that's crazy. Do you have any printed lessons you want to learn on your own? Oh, yes. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have printed lessons over there. ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me write that in. ronjacksonmusic.com, and go under the store, and you can get printed lessons if you want to learn anything about that. Okay, about some of these things I'm showing you right now. 40 ounces of polyphony. There's so many songs I need to learn. Drew Roof. I can never say your name. Everybody has hard names today. Sweep picking is crazy. I've been working on sweep picking. I still need to work on that stuff. But we can talk more about that. I need to practice. It's kind of weird on the 7th string. So I'm actually just doing a lot of sweeping stuff. Oh, Drew, thank you. I was transcribing your song, Mr. Evans. I was trying to figure out some of the theory behind it. Oh, wow, thank you. Kobe was transcribing something off one of these albums right here. I got this album right here. He was transcribing something off my Dream I Had record. And that song was dedicated. The song he's talking about is called To Mr. Evans. And that song, I've got a, if you want to email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, I could talk to you about the harmony. It's been a while since I've looked at that song. It's been a while. I wrote that song quite a while ago. So that's a great little song. And it was actually some of the harmonies that Bill Evans used in his piano playing, because he was one of my first heroes when I started getting to jazz when I was at Berkeley when I was about 18 years old. So, we could talk more about that later. But that's a great question. Thank you, Drew. I'll check that out. There's so many things to check out. I'm going to screenshot some of these comments and questions. And, I don't know if I got to everybody, but I tried to get to everybody as possibly can. So thank you, everybody. Is there any last questions before I leave? Because I'm going to take some screenshots right now. Yeah, send an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Okay. Yes. No problem. I'm overloaded now. I'm so hungry now after talking to you guys for all this time. I've been on here for over an hour now. And, again, thank you. Thanks for for watching. Please support me. Support artists who are stuck inside right now until the pandemic's over. And and follow me everywhere. Share my stuff with all your friends. Okay. Tell your friends to go to my website, check out my music, join my Patreon, and send a donation at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And that's it. And I appreciate you guys. And I hope I'm helping you somehow. I got to practice the stuff I'm showing you too, because I need to practice. I still have a lot of work to do, and I feel like I don't practice enough these days. So I'm going to be working on a new album, everybody, and you can look on the link here. Miss Biker Chick just put up like my printables for some of my lessons. I started posting all that stuff. It's available on Instagram and Facebook and on my website. It kind of cross posts all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff. The most important thing, it's great to watch me do these videos, but the best thing to do is have a real teacher, like I've had. Always have a real teacher to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and what you can improve. And also, always record yourself, because the recording yourself, videotaping, or you're recording in the studio or at home, the tape never lies. So when you listen to yourself back, you can hear everything that's wrong, right, and where you can improve. Okay. So thank you very much for watching me. Let's keep in touch, and I really appreciate you guys. And I'll be doing more lives. I'll be doing live, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week on YouTube, particularly, because I need to do that more. Are you learning right now, taking lessons, Ron? Oh, yeah. So just so you guys know, yes, I'm taking lessons with a drummer. So about rhythms. Okay, so he's having me sing, tapping my foot in different ways, singing each beat, and subdividing them into 1 and a 2 and a 3 and, or 1 and 2 and 3, or 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and while I'm playing. So I'm really trying to get my rhythm together, which I feel like I need to work on the most. So there's a lot of stuff to work on, man. It's never ending. So keep in touch. Tomorrow night I have my show called Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram. That's live, and I have a couple of great special guests. No, I'm not. Tomorrow night, sorry, it's solo 7-string guitar on Sunday Evening Jazz. So check me out on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could reach me on Instagram everywhere at the same places. Okay, and we'll see you guys soon. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. And no problem, guys. It was really fun. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. Ron Jackson here. Just making sure you can hear me. Are you, can you send me a text message if you can or not? Today I'm doing a blues concert. I'm going to be doing all kinds of different bluesers. There's all kinds of styles actually for blues. This is my Patreon only concert. I might make this public later right now. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to make a small message. Okay, just making sure you can hear me. I'm going to play a cool tune right now, see if you can guess what it is. How's everybody doing? Oh, hey, baby. Hey, Reggie, how you doing? Blue Monk, yeah. I'm going to put a bigger light on so you can see me better. Someone recommended that just now. Hold on. That was Blue Monk. That's basically a 1-4-5 blues, but I transposed it to the key of A. What would be the reason for that? Anybody guess? Let me put this light on. Uh-oh. So you can see me a little better. Here we go. Yeah, so the reason why I put the song Blue Monk in the key of A so I can play those open strings. If you're a guitar player, it's better to sometimes it's great to use the guitaristic features of the guitar like open strings. When I used to see Joe Pass, see his videos, I saw a workshop of him years ago. He would take a song and put it to a different key so he could play those open strings. George Benson, Wes Montgomery, all the great guitar players, try to use open strings because, you can actually do it. With the 7th string, I have that low A note. So I can actually do that. So, this is a new thing I'm trying. I'm actually playing through my Motu M2 audio card. So now I'm actually playing through that and going directly from there and getting a decent sound. I'm not even using an amp. So it's a more clear, direct sound. I'm going to play you another blues. Now, there's all kinds of blueses, everybody. So I just did a kind of a traditional slow blues. I'm going to play you a blues in 3. Now, no one knows this, but this song was written by Toots Thielemans. And this song is very famous. A lot of jazz musicians play it. And it's in 3/4. It's a waltz. It's actually a blues form, more of a bebop form. We could talk about it later. And this song is called Bluesette. Here we go. Try to get comfortable here. Woo! Oh, gotta turn the mic back on. Hey, hey, everybody, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for watching. I see a few viewers up here. It's not a public stream, but I could make it public, but maybe next time I'd like to have these Patreon only concerts. I might actually put some of these and make them public later. I haven't thought about that yet recently. I'm just starting these and getting used to the YouTube live video streams and things like that. But I'm going to start trying to do that actually in a couple of weeks. Now that I'm getting my act together with my equipment here at home. So that was another blues. Now, for people who are wondering what bluesette is like, it's actually a blues, but it's an extended blues. So Toots Thielemans, there's some blueses that are called bebop blues, like Blues for Alice, songs like that. That kind of stuff. And, they start with like the one chord, like in this key. Instead of going to the 4, he does a turnaround all the way to get to the 4. He'll play from the B flat major 7, and then he does a cycle going to doing an A minor 7 to D7, and then to the G minor, which is a 6, and then he does a 6. He makes it into a 2-5. It goes to the 2-5 of the 4. He gets to the 4 chord there. Now he's going to like 2-5 to the D flat, so that's E flat minor to A flat 7 to D flat major 7. Okay, and then he's doing, so that's the 4. That's actually the flat 3 major 7 in the key of B flat. So you would use just a major or Lydian scale there, and a 2-5 to the flat 2 chord, and then he does a 2-5 with the flat 2 chord is actually a B major 7, just so you know. If you look at the music, the bluesette, you'll see that. And he does a minor 2-5, C minor 7 to F7, back to the 1 chord. then 1-6-2-5 basically. B flat, which G minor, C minor, to F7. So that's a blues, but it's an extended blues, and we call that a bebop blues, really, or a form of bebop blues. We go through all these changes, and you actually it's a blues form, but it's actually comes from the original blues, which is the original blues I heard actually started as just one chord, and the guy would change his voice and actually. Go to the 4 chord and the 5 chord in his voice, and eventually it developed to the next step, which was 1-4, then 1-5, then you got the 1-4-5 blues. Then in jazz, we started doing it more. We actually started putting like 1-2-5 of the 4, and then 4, then sharp 4, and all the stuff like that. So I'm going to play you another type of blues. This is a blues that Wes Montgomery wrote. And this is a great song that I play sometimes on gigs. It's called The Thumb. Now, Wes wrote a lot of great blueses. There's one song called Sundown that I used to play. So many blueses that he did. And they call me Les Montgomery, actually. Just kidding. So let me play you this song right now called The Thumb. Now, this song is in the key of G. So I've been playing different keys for you. Oops. So let me fix this mic and then we go. Here we go. Woo! Whoa. Well, that was hard work. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Yeah, thanks for listening. Hey, thank you, Reggie. Reggie's a great student of mine for what, great guitar player. And, if I could figure out a way of putting you guys, I think there's a way actually. Oh, I could have done this on StreamYard. Man, I can't believe this. You know what? Next week, guys, I'm going to use StreamYard to do a live so we can chat and I can invite some of my students in to this live broadcast. You know what? I forgot I can actually use that. So I'm going to write this down for you guys right now. Now, StreamYard is actually another app I could actually use. I mean, it's kind of late now because we're right in the middle of it, but I could send you a link next time. You can go on StreamYard and you can watch and join me. I don't think we can actually go private on that. Maybe we can, but I can invite some students up to talk and hang out a little bit too, and patrons, of course. If you want any questions, if you go through StreamYard, I've never really used StreamYard like this as a private concert yet. So thank you everybody for watching and liking this. Reggie's asking about are there any particular scales you prefer over the blues? I use all kinds of different scales and stuff, Reggie. Let me talk about that a little bit. So if I'm playing over a blues, I mean, I'll use the minor pentatonic, of course. You should know all your minor pentatonics, everybody, all over the neck. So if I'm in the key of G, there's about 5 of them. Now, I mean, I won't show you. I'll just show you the 6-string version. This is a 7-string, so. That's the next one. All the minor pentatonic, okay? So every chord, it depends on what the progression is actually. So when I'm actually playing like over a G7, I have a lot of options. So I'll just take just a dominant scale. Now remember to play, you want to play this all over the neck. Then I can use a G mixolydian with a sharp raised 4. I could use G altered. I usually do that when I'm going to the chord next. It's not going to make, when you do G altered, it makes a flat 9. Okay. And then I'm leading to the C chord, so I'm doing like a dominant altered chord. Now for everybody who wants who are scared about these, not scared, but the word is like don't understand how to use these altered chords. A great substitution, that's the easiest thing to do. If you're playing a G7 flat 9 with a sharp or with a flat 13 or a sharp 9, like that, okay, you could just play a D flat 7 chord instead in your solo, or a D flat dominant scale. It's called a tritone substitution, and that's the easiest way to play an altered. It's basically a half step above the chord you're approaching. So if I'm playing a G7 altered going to a C, I'll just play a D flat instead. It's the same exact scale. And you can just raise the 4 on that dominant scale. Okay, that's the 4, and then lead to the C chord. So that's a D flat to a C. That's the easiest way, actually, to be able to play an altered chord. And that's another scale I use. I mean, I'll use whole tone too on the G7. The whole tone scale. I like that scale. And it's a symmetric scale, so I can do some cool things with it, like half steps below used note. I like this one. It's easy to play between the second and third string. I mean, yeah, and then I do a lot of reharmonizations also. So that's another thing I like to do. I mean, I don't just play like just a G7 to a excuse me, to a C chord. Let me get some coffee here. I'll actually I'll just do like an I'll do reharmonizations. I'll go, there's a bunch of them. I'll just go from G. I'll go down the whole steps every bar. That means every 2 frets down to get to the 4 chord and things like that. Then I'll do like descending 2 5s to get to the 2 chord. Things like that. There's so many things I could do. But anyway, let me play you another song, everybody. Some more blues. I'm going to play you another song that was made famous by Miles Davis. And he actually wrote this, I think. I heard he stole a lot of this music, but this is called All Blues. Let me tune up. Yeah, the key of G again. Woo! Oh, okay. Some blues. We could talk about the blues all day. There's so many blueses. Does anybody have any questions that are watching? Let me know. About I'm playing the 7-string guitar, so if you have any questions about that, about how I tune it, how I play it, I'm going to be actually I have to put another video up. I'm going to be putting up one up this week, a new video on one of the lessons that I have about walking bass lines. So that's for 6-string. Then also I have some 7-string videos coming up about walking bass lines we're going to get into for people. So if you're interested in that, let me know. And there's so many blueses in jazz, but there's also, the traditional blues. When I got to work with Taj Mahal about 10, 15 years ago, this guy knows every kind of blues, man. He was just amazing. He knows like all the different styles. I mean, like different forms of blues. This guy's like a walking blues book, man. So really interesting cat. So that's we did a lot of cool blueses today. I'll do something for you right now that's written by John Coltrane. It's like it's a blues with a bridge. You have those kind of things too, and this is called Blue Train. We can talk about it later. It's just a blues, and then it has a bridge, like kind of like rhythm changes, but it's like a blues form. You have 12 bars of blues, 12 bars A. Then B is a bridge of 8 bars, and then you go back to the A again. If you can get confused if you can't feel form like that. But let's try that. Ready? Here we go. It's in B flat. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. Hey everybody, how's it going? Okay, yeah, that was called. Actually, what was that song called? It's a John Coltrane song. A Blue Train. No, not Blue Train. Let me think about it. I just had the name here. It's one of his famous songs. It's actually a blues with a bridge. Okay, and basically the bridge goes to A flat for 2 bars, G for 2 bars, and then F for 2 bars. It's actually like a variation on rhythm changes. The bridge to rhythm changes, which is I Got Rhythm. If you go to the bridge for I Got Rhythm, it goes to D, then G, 2 bars each, C7. Oh, these are all dominant 7. To F7, okay? And but John Coltrane, he replaces the D with an A flat, which is a tritone substitution, we call it. Okay, and then it goes down to the G, and then he goes to the G flat, which is a tritone substitution of the C7. It goes to the F. Okay. I think that was called Locomotion, actually, that song. But it's a great song, and it's a fast song. but it's a blues, so blues is a little bit easier to play faster than I think than rhythm changes. But we'll talk about rhythm changes another time. Now, if anybody has any questions, let me know. I think I'm getting a little tired here. I'm gonna actually probably end the live stream right now. So if there's any questions, please send them to me on Patreon. And this has been fun playing for you guys. And if you have any questions, just send them on my way here. And this is all. This was all blues day. There's so many blueses. Let me play you maybe just one more before I finish up. And so I did different kinds of blueses. So a lot of blueses have like pentatonic melodies, but also they have more complicated melodies. I'm gonna end with Billy's Bounce. And that's one of the blueses I know a little better than some, as far as melodies are concerned. All these bebop melodies are kind of difficult to learn, but you can learn them eventually. You have a whole arsenal of them. There's so many of them. I have this list right here that I'm looking at. There's Bessie's Blues, Billy's Bounce. Oh, that was called that was on Blue Train. I think that was called Locomotive or Locomotion. And then there's tons. There's Footprints, Freddie the Freeloader, Mr. PC, Now's the Time, Sandu. I played all these songs before with somebody. Blues Walk. It's just so many songs. Things ain't what they used to be. So those are great tunes. Anyway, cool, man. I'm going to play you one more song. This is called Billy's Bounce. Well, thank you, everybody. That was real fun. And I'll see you guys soon everywhere else. Okay, bye-bye. And I'm going live again, just for you guys. Thank you, everybody who came out to my live show on Friday. I'm here in the U.S. in New Jersey. Let me move this a little closer. So we're going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm just setting up my cameras right now, and thank you everybody for being such great fans and following me and getting up to 20,000 subscribers. So I'm going to be taking questions, but I'm going to play some chord melody. We're going to talk about that today a lot. I'm going to be using my 6 and 7 string guitar. Long live Roger. Thank you, Edmund TV. I'm going to be talking stuff about my book that I sell here too, called Chords at Your Fingertips on acoustic guitar. And, learn how to do chord melody and all that stuff with guide tones and all kinds of different things. Let me just make sure I'm watching on my other, so I can see your questions in another YouTube channel, okay? So let me see. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Thank you for the 21,400 subscribers. You're the man. Love listening to you. Thank you. You're giving me a perspective and helped me improve so much. I'm glad to hear that. I'm live right now. Let me see something. I'm gonna just make sure I watch my own live so I can answer your questions. Here it is. So make sure the volume's down. Okay, good. Hey, Vikpal from India, great. Great to see you guys. Let me take out my guitar. I'm going to play first on my 7 string some chord melody for you. Okay, and then we'll talk about learning how to do chord melody. Let me see if I can move this camera up a little bit so you can see me. Let me take this guitar out right here, my 7 string. Ooh, there's something off this cable. I gotta fix this. So, yay! Hey, Montreal, how's it going? So let me fix this guitar real quick. We're gonna talk about chord melody. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'll answer them as best I can. So let me start by playing a song. How's the volume? Sounds okay? Everything okay over there? Let me know. I could turn it up a little bit. Let me see. I don't want to play too loud. So, because I play too loud sometimes. Good. So we'll be talking about chord melody today, and let me play you something right now that one of my arrangements that I have, that I actually have here on YouTube, and it's going to be called Time After Time. And no, actually, let me do that one first. Ready? Okay, everybody. Oh, so we're talking about chord melody, and I'm going to take some questions today. So I just played a song called "Time After Time." I forget who wrote that song, but it's a classic jazz song that I always play. It's one of my arrangements that I really know well, that I kind of created for 7-string and 6-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar for you guys who don't know about 7-string guitars. I have a low A here. So I haven't touched the guitar in a couple of days. Well, I know I'd say I touched the guitar yesterday, but I was just doing a lot of writing for my Patreon account, everybody. So let me answer some of these questions for you. So that song was Time After Time. So it was my chord melody arrangement. So I was trying to do some different techniques for you guys. Walking bass lines, inner lines in the chords, seconds, fourths. whatever ideas that came up into my mind when I was doing improvising. So thank you, Henry and VPL. So let me just answer a few questions here, if there's any. So Glenn from Canada. Oh yeah, great to see you. And Alex, sounds great. Thank you, Edmund TV. Thank you again. And good to see you live playing. Good. How do you do that? Lionel asked me how you do that with a lot of practice. So when I'm doing chord melody, you got to learn how to know what your melody note is against the chord. You have to know all your chord voicings. Okay, so that's very, very important when you're playing chord melody. So when I'm actually playing like a chord melody arrangement, it's actually I arranged it. That means I didn't make it up on the spot. I actually just worked it out. I learned first. You have to learn when you want to do chord melody arrangements. You have to really learn the melody correctly. You should be able to play the melody and the chords separately. So when I'm doing a melody like this, so there's so many ways to play the melody on the guitar. When I play that melody like that, I could play so many ways on the guitar. Look at this. That's the hard part about the guitar. So you have to be able to play the melody on the top of the chord, particularly. Now you can actually play the melody on the bottom of the chord, in the middle of the chord. When I talk about that, I actually have this book. We'll be talking about my book, Two Chords at Your Fingertips, that's on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. That I actually, I wrote 3 lessons, and one of my lessons is called the How to Harmonize Like Chet Atkins. If you look closely, and in this book, I take a song like London Bridge is Falling Down, like this. It goes like this. Now, in this book, I actually took that melody. I played it with chords on the bottom. Now, you could do that melody like that, just like with a melody on top with chords on bottom. Now, it's very important. Most of the time you play the melody on top, you have to really know the melody. And then the next part I do in the book is I actually take the chords and I went like this. I went. Like that. I'm reading this. So this is actually, this is actually written here in my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, learning how to harmonize, do chord melody, what we're talking about today. I'm taking a really simple melody like London Bridge is Falling Down, and I play the chord under every note. And that's how you actually learn how to do chord melody too, not just play like a thing like this. Just one note below it. You should be able to harmonize a melody with a chord under each note, actually. That's very important to learn. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Let me just look at some of the questions here. So I'm just going through this. I'll take questions while I'm trying to talk to you about doing chord melody. So thanks Roscoe for saying I'm amazing, and thank you Vipul from India. How much of what you're playing is arranged, and how much is at the top of your head? So when I'm doing a chord melody, everybody, most of the time it's pretty arranged. So what I do is I actually work it out where I actually it's really arranged actually most of the time. So what I'm trying to do is actually in the beginning you have to do arrangements, okay? So it's very important to have them really worked out. I mean, Joe Pass, all the great solo guitar players, they had their stuff arranged. I went to see a Joe Pass workshop actually, and he was amazing. And he had everything worked out. Obviously, you have to have it worked out, and then after a while, it just becomes natural, and you don't have to think about what you're actually playing. So when I'm playing like a song like that arrangement I just played a minute ago, um, uh, uh, time after time, I actually played that so many times that I know it pretty good. And I have a bunch of solo guitar arrangements like that. So you have to really, the best way actually to learn these things is learn from the masters. If you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have tons of, I have about 5 or 6 arrangements for guitar because you have to start learning arrangements from other people. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you'll be able to get copies of my arrangements there for like $5-6, okay? And it's on my description here. You have to learn these chord melody arrangements by heart. Now let me see something here. I'm just gonna turn my other phone down so no one starts to disturb us, and put it on silent. So let me see. Let me look at some of these questions. I really wanted to know what your favorite guitar is and the one that you have and one that you don't have. By the way, you're awesome. Thanks. I don't know. I don't have a favorite guitar. I mean, I'm trying to get a Benedetto guitar, a 7-string. So I mean, another guitar I'm using right now. So I'm using my 6-string. I mean my 7-string. Let me show you the one I got from. Oops, something's wrong with my cable. So let me put this over here. I'm using also this D'Angelico XL that I got. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too. So this is a pretty great guitar, especially for the price range. You could go to my Amazon store and pick this up if you want to. I have an Amazon store, and you just go straight here to ronjacksonmusic.com. Amazon.com/shop/ronjacksonmusic, and I sell all kinds of stuff there, my books and all kinds of stuff. Okay, and it's my Amazon store, and I sell the D'Angelico guitars there on that site too. So this is a pretty good guitar too. You turn it up a little bit. So I play 6-string too, because most of the time, most of the guitar players I teach don't play 6-string. So it's important to know how to play 6-string. So we're talking about chord melody today. So it's really important to learn the melody and the chords separately, then you put them together. Now melody is the hardest part of playing anything, I think, because the melody, everybody knows the melody. So if you mess up that melody, you can be the best musician in the world, and some guy, some average whoever, Joe or Smo, will say, "Man, you play great, man, but you messed up that melody," and he won't know anything about music. So the melody is the most important thing. So when you're playing these chord melodies, you got to hear the melody. And whenever you play a melody, even by itself, you got to play it perfect because everybody knows the melody, So let me see. Let me see. The Headliner book, will it help? And how so? Oh yeah, Dario. Yeah, the book will help. I mean, I've sold like 40, 50 copies already of this book to all my students and fans, and they love this book. It also teaches you all kinds of different cool things. So just go to my website and order it from me directly there at ronjacksonmusic.com. It's on my description here. And this book only has 12 different lessons. One of the lessons is I teach you how to play walking bass lines. So like for example, let's talk about walking bass. So you see me playing walking bass all the time. So Dario, so if I'm not playing a walking bass line, you have to know how to play 2-note voicings on a chord, especially on 7th chords. Chords that have 1, 3, 5, and 7. Okay, or a flat 7. It's a dominant chord. Okay, so a chord that's voiced like this. So the 3rd and 7th is the 2 notes we use a lot on a chord in jazz to get a sound where you don't have to, you eliminate the rest of the notes, and that's the most important sound of the chord. Okay, so if I'm playing up a scale, I'm only playing 3 notes, like that. So you can do that across the neck. I can do it that way too. I can go this way too. Watch. So I did the same voicing up and down the neck. So I'm using a root, just third and seventh. And that's really important if you want to do walking bass lines on the guitar and a lot of chord melody stuff. So if I'm walking a bass line like this, and a blues. Yeah, I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question in a minute. So when I'm actually doing a walking bass line like that in a blues, which is just like 1 in G to C7, G7, C7. That's an easy progression. Okay. Then C7, just a regular blues. Everybody knows the blues, I hope. And so if I'm walking a bass line, I'm just using 2 notes. Okay, I'm using actually a 2-note chord and a bass line on the bottom. So that's called the third and seventh. Oh, they call it a guide tone, just so you know. I didn't tell you that yet. So guide tones are really important to be able to play walking bass lines. So if I'm going to do a guide tone, I'm going to go like this. Hear that? See what I did? I just played 2 notes and I did a walking bass line under each chord. And that's actually, in this book, I do a whole chapter in this book about that whole thing called Chords at Your Fingertips. You can buy it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'll actually sign it. So I actually do the progression and I build up to where you actually play a full jazz blues in the key of G with comping rhythms and everything. And that's a really popular lesson on Acoustic Guitar Magazine's website. And if you get the book, all the books come with video and tabs and everything. So this has tabs if you look closely. It's everything. So it's a really great book if you want to work on your bass lines. So let me answer some questions. Oh, does the 7th string of your guitar help in voicing for bass? Yes, of course. That's from Alex Isugi. And or is it possible to work on a regular 6 string? Yes, this is a 6 string. So just so you know, I switched guitars, Alex. So this is a 6 string right now. So I'm playing bass lines with a 6 string or a 7 string. I start off with 6 string. So actually, I can walk bass lines on 6 string too. I was always good at that. So basically, I can walk on 6 string and 7 string. I mean, 7 string sounds more like a bass because the 7th string on my guitar is really the 3rd string of a bass. I have a low A. So yes, I can walk on 7 string, and it's very important to walk on, learn how to walk on 6 string first. So let me keep answering questions here. Thanks. Is it time to start learning to learn? Okay, this is from Glenn Michael Thompson. Thanks for answering. It's time to start learning and making your own arrangements as well as some from other guitar players. I'll have to check your book out for sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, you know what? It's important to learn arrangements first because you don't really know how to do chord melody arrangements until you look at other people's arrangements. So I used to transcribe Wes Montgomery arrangements. I forgot some of them. Like one of them was I've grown accustomed to your face. This is a Wes Montgomery arrangement, but I haven't played it in a long time. It's called I've Grown Accustomed to Her Face. It's just a ballad. But, he does a lot of great stuff with block chords and drop 2 voicings, which you can learn from me in this book too, okay? And from other guitar teachers, excuse me. So he kind of goes like this. The melody goes like this. So So the melody goes like that. So I'm gonna play. So he actually played. He played mostly of a chord over every melody note like this. He would go. He would go like this. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm doing it by ear. Thirds. So what I just did was, I mean, I was doing that by ear basically, but I've been chord melody arranging for so long, and I know about some of the harmony of the song. I don't know that song that well, that actually. I was just kind of doing it by ear. So when I was doing the chord melody, I was doing a bunch of different techniques. I was like doing like block chords. And then when the melody note came out, I would just do simple thirds. Just down the up the scale. See, and I did chord melody, like inner alignment there. Hear that? I put that line in between. Then I went. So that's basically a Wes Montgomery chord arrangement. I mean, he basically played it that way. I'm not doing exactly the way he did it, but he's not really doing anything fancy, guys. He's just basically just doing block chords, basic inversions, like this. You could do fancier stuff like this. I could put a 9 in there instead. I can go. I can put all kinds of fancy stuff in there. I can do seconds. I could put a major sharp fourth. I could put fancy notes like that in the chord. So there's all kinds of stuff you could do with a chord melody arrangement. It's up to your imagination at the end, actually. So I mean, I have I'm trying to be more imaginative. So sometimes I think I play too inside, and so I try to start doing things like. I could do seconds. It sounds more modern. Things like that. You can do fancy techniques. So let me keep answering questions. What's a simple, fun chord progression? Let me answer this question here. What's a simple but fun chord progression for beginners? Blues is the most simple chord progression. But all the pop songs have another simple chord progression. Devon is like 1 6 2 5, like C major 7, A minor 7, D minor 7, G, just 1 4 5, C, F, G. I mean, if you're a beginner, those are, you should know all these basic chord progressions. One important thing, everybody, you should know all your open string chords. So all your bar chords, everybody, someone mentioned the cage system here. All your bar chords come from open string chords. So it's very important to learn open string chords first. I've had students who play jazz, and then I ask them, do you know they don't know the open string chord. I'm like, what? You don't know you got to know the basics, everybody. To be able to play all the stuff I'm doing, you need to know the basics. So it's very important. Hey, everybody from all over the world is watching. Thank you. Someone from Greece. Greece the musical. Just kidding. Yeah, so guys, if you're enjoying this, I'm talking about a lot of techniques I use in this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's all my details here. And you can pick up your own book and I'll sign it for you. And it teaches you about chord melody, all kinds of stuff, harmonizing melodies. There's a chord melody arrangement in here. I might play it for you. It's at the end of the book. It's called Billy Boy. And I'll have to read it, but it's right here at the end here. And it's actually like a combination of the whole book. It's the very last lesson. If you look closely, that's my chord melody arrangement, where I use all kinds of great techniques about chord melody right here. Okay, and reharmonizations and stuff. So this is out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So let me show you, everybody. Let me answer more questions. So what's the best way to learn scales across the fingerboard? Do you use the major scale and the relative minors if necessary? I know all the scales almost. So, Ruben. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have all the major scales written out the Berkeley method in one lesson. So let me just show you real quick, Ruben. So yeah, I mean, I'm using much more than major scales in general. So you got to be able to play you have to play all of them. There's 8 fingerings from the major scale from the Berkeley method, from the Berkeley College of Music method where I studied. So here's one. I'm going to play it for you real quick. Okay, this is a warm up for me. 1, 2. 3. I'm kind of playing fast. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. So, I know those skills pretty well. I'm just playing them a little too fast right now because I'm trying to show you in like 1 minute. So, those are the 8 fingerings. And the point is to be able to play like this. Without getting lost. I'm just messing around, but you should be able to play a C major scale or any scale, any key, up and down the fingerboard, across, this way and across without getting lost. E flat. G flat. Any key. So you should be able to play all your scales. I'm just kind of playing a little fast, but